Live yet?
Green, cue intro.
No! Ah!
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to CoCoTALK, episode 240. Ho, ho, ho. We are living in a winter wonderland. Happy Festivus for the rest of us. All that good stuff. Are you guys ready to talk Coco today? Because I know I am.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right. We are here. The show has begun. The panel is assembled. We got people. We got things to talk about today. We got things to do. Let's just speed date our way through the panel introductions. We have Mark Bosley. I am Stevie Stroh. Terry Steggy is here. Bless his heart. Mark Overholzer's here. Rick Ulland. Canadian Retro Things, Ken Waters is here. From Arizona, Ron Delvaux is here. We've got Grant Leety in the house. Our foreign correspondent, L. Curtis Boyle, is with us. Fred Provoncha is with us today. He was on the show and he came back. So he's either got nothing to do or he's a glutton for punishment.
Or terminal brain damage. One of
king
the
of the toggle switch, Jason the Coco Man Reichert is here. Hello, hello. We have the creator of the EMP and the co-creator of the Nitrous 09 project, Bill Nobel. How's it going, eh? He's here. We have David Ladd is here. Hey, David. We have Exile in Paradise, Alan Murphy. We've got Crikey, Nick Morentes. And, of course, MrDave6309 is here. And good night, everybody. Okay, so wonderful show, great show. We've got Rocky the cat is here. There's a cat sighting. That's a good thing. Hello, everybody. And let's just jump in. What else? Anything we want to say before we just jump in and get into the game on results? Do we need any foreplay here, or are we just ready to ram it in there?
I was wondering where Sloopy was to talk about his live game stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe he'll join us for the game on part about that. But, yes, so I did enjoy when we did the Dragon coverage, so I think we've got some follow-up to that. I thought that was a good event. It was good to be kind of a virtual attendee there. I now feel like the people who can't make it to Coco Fest feel. It's like this is an event that there's no way I could have gotten to, so I'm glad I got to experience it somehow, even if virtually. So
that's like us Canadians here for the last Coco Fest.
Yeah, so it was cool. Looks like they had a good time. And all that good stuff. Anything else we need to say? Are we just going to jump in and we'll get into our game on results? What do you say, guys?
I say go for it.
Anyone? All right. So we're going to jump into Nick Marotta's favorite part of the show. That is now being hosted by Ken Waters, Canadian Retro Things. But usually when we get into our game on results segment, we will sometimes have a Samuel Gimes that is themed around the game. I don't think we have that luxury this week, so it might not be game themed. It might not even be a song parody, much to Ron Delvaux's disappointment. But we will have Samuel Gimes because it is tradition. So let's see what the deep thoughts of Samuel Gimes have been up to this week.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. The sound card extender for the CoCoSDC is the most anticipated product of this year, and next year, and probably the year after.
That's low.
There we go. And the funny thing is as ironic as it is, that was recorded a couple of years ago. and no truer words have ever been spoken, Mr. Gimes. He's prolific and profound in many ways. So here we go, everybody.
High Score Challenge.
Welcome everybody to the results of this week's Game On Challenge, where we played Megabug. There were a total of 22 players, so let's see how everybody did.
That's good.
We had Mikey with 1,055, Pedro Pena 1,351, Tasman 2,061, Chipmonkey 2,077, Tom C 2,096, CoCo Discord user 2273, Canadian Retro Things 2421, Rich N 2529, Mark B 2763, David Craker 2896, Exile in Paradise 2909, Mark O 2922, HSI 3003, Sloopy Malibu 3982, Missy 4195.
There we go.
L.
Sloopy's
Curtis
better
Boyle
now.
4336, Flutterball 5308, Mr. Dave 6309 5333, Brian Walsh 5858, Rasculus 5987, Jim Rye 6476, and the number one score this week is Buck Owens with 9551. Thank you everybody that played, and we will see you next week.
CoCoTALK salutes Buck Owens.
All right. What a surprise there, Buck Owens. That was a good turnout, huh? 20.
That was a really good turnout.
Players? Very,
And,
very cool.
Definitely one of the things I liked about this is that there was not a huge variance in the scores from lowest to highest. So it was a very even-keeled game, even for the good players. Yeah, there's good turnout for Sloopy's live show too. So.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And we got Missy playing too. I was talking to Sloopy on Discord, I think earlier this morning. He was telling me about that. That's cool. And yeah, I was thinking about that. This is one of, like, some of the games when you guys talked about tips and tricks. Some of the games you could do things like you could farm, and like when you had the burger munch lunchtime thing, you could kind of rack up on the peppers, and so there were like certain hacks and cheats you could do in certain games if you just wanted to go for points. This game didn't really have anything like that. You pretty much had to do the game as it was. You know, you kind of had to do the maze and dodge the bugs, and
You only got one life.
yeah. So I don't know any clever tricks other than don't get killed. All right. So
Yeah, and false trails work really good. And sorry, I am on a different computer today, and I cannot seem to share my screen. My computer is locking me out.
Out?
Yeah, it's saying I don't have access to share my screen. I don't have security settings.
Are you on a Mac?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
There's things you got to do in your settings.
So you're feeling insecure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can't seem to share.
Runs fine on my Mac, but
Well, and there's some one-time things you have to do a lot of times to get stuff to access the screen sharing abilities under your various settings and whatnot on the Mac, because it's secure, you know. Kevin Holloway's out there. While you work that out, let's say hi to the people in the live chat. So Tom Eric Gunderson is out there from Norway. Tom recently became a patron of the show too. Thank you for doing that, Tom. Mark Overholzer is there. James Rye, who's becoming almost a ringer in the Game On live event now. Exile in Paradise, that's Alan Murphy. TL Steggy, that's Terry Steggy. Mark O. Sixy is out there. Hey, Kieran. And Erico Monteiro is out there. Jeremy Landry, Kevin Holloway. Kevin, you're late. You're late, Kevin. You're usually the early bird here. And then Tim Franklin is there. He says, I'm here. Okay, I see part of it now. I see your screen. Slowly but surely. Yes, okay.
Do we have the Megabug review up?
Megabug
Yes, we do.
magnifies difficulty, fun! ! Yes. There we go.
There we go. So this is from Rainbow Magazine, and they liked it. One of the funny things is that I've heard people talking about this game and saying how the magnifier is annoying and makes the game harder, but the guy makes a good thing here. Pin the tail on the donkey would be a lot easier without the blindfold too, but the prospect of hitting your tail on the wrong place is what
No
makes both
truer
games
words
fun.
have ever been spoken.
Yes, I very much enjoyed this game.
Yeah,
Sorry about
that's okay.
that.
Yeah, Ken is out of his element. He's not using his usual setup today, so
Yeah. There we go.
that's his
How about
excuse,
some-
and he's sticking to it. Okay, so
Yeah.
Mikey.
This is from Mikey.
All right.
In his pyDriveWire series of videos, he plays the game of the week every week, and here he is playing some Megabug.
Yeah, it's
Now-
interesting he's doing that, actually, be covering down the news, because he has a technical side to it, but he's involving the game on challenge every week as part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So like in this specific instance, he shows you how to use the DLOAD command.
I know why he's doing this, because previously he'd always referred to the news as snoozy newsy, but now that he's in it, it's much more like wakey newsy, because he's given us a reason to stay awake now. And he's out there in the live chat too. Yeah, hey Tim Franklin, hey Mikey, Coco Man is here, Mikey is here, Kevin Holloway, Tim Franklin. I wonder if there's a way you can kind of just keep doing a pattern and go around in circles and lure all the bugs down to the bottom and then hightail it up to other parts of the maze or something. I don't know if anybody's gotten that.
I don't think that's possible, because wherever you leave a trail, that's
They
where
follow that trail.
they'll follow that trail.
Right.
That's why you sometimes duck into a side corridor just enough to give it a blue dot, so they might follow that one somewhere else.
Yeah, the leaving a false trail is a very handy thing to do.
Also,
I will mention something. You're watching Mikey's video here. I think he had the same copy of Megabug disk image that I originally had, where it defaults to the hard setting, where it doubles the number of bugs. You're only supposed to have 8, I think, on the first level, and he's got obviously more than that, which is the same problem I had. And I re-downloaded it, and then it was fine. It played properly.
We gotcha.
one thing about it is the mazes are generated randomly each time, and so sometimes there's some really horrible dead ends. I mean, you can go for
really
20 or 30 dots and suddenly find yourself there's no way out. And the chance of you being killed at that point are pretty extreme, because there's probably some bug following you.
Right, you gotta go. You gotta backtrack against your own trail that they're following. Yeah,
yeah, and there's no places to dodge off. So I had a lot of games that I got like 100 points or 80 points.
Yep, I had a few of those too.
Yep.
Now, Nick Moretti's found out something interesting, because we were kind of going through figuring out the history of the game actually during the Sloopy's live stream. And it seems that it's been released on multiple platforms, which you knew. It started in the Apple II, written by Bill Bishop, wasn't it, Nick?
Bob Bishop.
Bob Bishop.
Or Bob Bishop, sorry.
Bob Bishop.
Under the title of Dung Beetles. But then the Atari version he found had a different title again. So, Tumblebugs, I believe it was.
Yep.
So I'm not quite sure why they took the exact same game, ported it to multiple 8-bit platforms, and then renamed it every darn time from the same company.
You trick people with multiple systems into buying the game many times?
I'm not sure how many people had multiple systems back then at the cost of those machines, especially like Apples and Ataris.
They were thinking about the future when we would all be
the
collecting
retro future,
these.
right? So,
hey, I actually had an Apple IIe and a Commodore SX64. So, but anyway.
Well, somebody's bragging.
Yeah.
I had an Apple IIGS and a color computer too.
There we go.
Didn't Steve Bjork say there was also 2 names on the CoCo?
I don't think there was on this one.
I don't think I've heard of that. What other name do you think?
Although there might have been some early ones that were called Dung Beetles also.
Ken Reichert says because Shite Eaters was not appealing for a title, apparently. So, those marketing people.
Yeah, he's definitely playing the hard level, because basically there's an option if you hold down, what is it, the enter key when you start it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll double the number of bugs. And
So
also if
I
you make it through the
wonder,
first level.
if because on a cartridge, it just boots. But on the if you're doing like, you know, when you type
On
in
the SDC, you have
EXEC and hit enter, that it's reading that from the keyboard because it's still got that.
I thought that too. Like maybe I just held down the enter key too long. But when I restarted the game, I hit the space bar to start, and it still did 16 bugs instead of 8. So, and the game became much easier when I downloaded the other version.
Yeah.
Didn't have that problem.
Tim Gilbert's is out there. Hey, Tim.
All the way from the UK or Wales or wherever. I can't remember whereabouts he is there.
Yeah, so good turnout, 20 some odd people.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I even made it out finally the first time in a month or two.
Yes, I heard you talking about how you're not very good at the game and you're just going to drop into the live stream, but you did pretty darn good, Curtis.
5 minutes before supper.
Well, once I figured out I was playing the hard version all the time. I think that's why I thought I was horrible at it, because I was watching these multi-thousand scores and I could barely make 1,000.
Jim Rye is asking, is that Steve Bjork's voice saying "we gotcha"? And from what I remember Steve saying, that's the same 1-bit sample from the Apple that Bob Bishop used in the Apple version.
I think it's Bob's voice.
It might be Bob Bishop, the author of the original Dung Beetle.
And that was another draw for this game that back in the day was a game that talked fairly clearly without having to have any special hardware for it. So you could really show off your CoCo to people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't do anything else at the same time.
Not until the CoCo 3 anyway.
But you think back to the mid-'80s, and if you could show that to your friends that had the other systems, it talked pretty good.
Yeah. Early 80s, actually, in this case. This was 82,
early
83.
80s.
Especially Fury by Computer Shack.
I did find one thing interesting. I was trying to look at some for background on the game earlier during the stream, actually. And I found an old Datasoft catalog. And Megabug, like there were some games that were exclusively sold to Radio Shack right off the bat, Megabug being one of them, so they never showed up as being under the CoCo column. But this catalog was when Pooyan, Moon Shuttle, Zaxxon were all being sold directly by Datasoft before Tandy got them. And it had another game listed in there, which as far as I know, it never actually got ported, though they said it was available. So I have to talk to Steve about that at some point too, because I'm sure he would have at least known about it.
What game was that?
I'm trying to remember, but it's on the stream recording. I actually read it out, but I'll have to get the catalog again.
Yeah, Steve Bjork mentions in Discord, he says, besides Datasoft changing the name, Tandy also did a number name changes too. One of them was Fire Ant Frenzy.
Fire Ant Frenzy.
Also, they said some proposed names, but they never used them.
Must have, yeah.
That's not a bad name.
Yeah.
Fire Ant Frenzy, yeah. And on the Buck Owens found that for the Atari version, there was also a third name, Magneto Bugs.
Interesting.
Magneto Bugs.
It's almost like they couldn't work out the name of the game.
This is like the Sybil of games.
Right.
I reckon. And they're all exactly the same game.
Yeah.
Not even slightly changed. It's the same game, just different.
No, I've never played the Atari version. Does that one talk too?
It does. It uses the same voice sample as well as the Apple.
I didn't know that the Atari had a DAC.
You could fool the sound chip to act like a DAC.
Oh, okay. Eddie Serbinsky has joined us. Hello, Eddie. And
Bruce Moore.
DeBruce Moore is out there. Hello, DeBruce.
Yeah, the Apple just has a 1-bit output. It drives a speaker. And so, the CoCo has that as well, but who uses that when you have the 6-bit DAC? But yeah, that's all the Apple is.
Well, a few did. I mean, Daggerath used both simultaneously.
Oh, yeah, you might as well.
Bit. Yeah. The Heartbeat's 1-bit, and all the sound samples for the different monsters and the effects and stuff are all 6-bit.
Makes it much easier to get better sound, so might as well.
Yeah. And Heartbeat really doesn't need a lot of, range.
Yeah. It's funny. I did on the PC port of Daggerath, all of the samples they took were WAV files, and you could change the WAV files because there was actually different sound themes you could change how certain sounds sounded in the game. And what I tried to do was to look for some recordings of real heartbeats and then try to use that in the PC version to make it sound more thing. But the length of that beat was so quick that anything you tried to do, it just didn't come out right, because whatever sound slice they used for that heartbeat was such like a 1/1000th of 1 second length sound thing that trying to get any type of actual recording to fit within there just never sounded right. But it was kind of interesting. So whatever they did, it definitely worked for the game, but trying to substitute that with a different sample just never seemed to work right.
Yeah, I remember you trying that actually, because it's a very quick little 1-bit sample. It just makes you tick.
If I was going to do that, I'd like get some wave files of like cartoon sound effects and replace the sounds of the monsters with that. So like one of the blobs would come by and it'd say like boing or something like that. That'd be more fun.
I'd throw in some of the Dino Wars song or sounds too.
Roar.
Also, one of the things on this game that I did find interesting that I discovered in the live game was that while you're not eating dots, your score actually goes backwards.
Yeah.
And all of my years of playing this, because I had this back in the 80s, and I never noticed that before.
So you lose points. It's like
you lose points as you're not eating if you're not eating anything.
Ah,
no wonder I never finished this game with a positive score before.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, it was an interesting score mechanic. Because if you like finished one entire section of it and you had to wander a long way to get more of the white dots, your score is dropping the entire way you're trying to get there.
Yeah, so it definitely adds the strategy of trying to clear section by section. Start at one corner and work your way around.
Cool.
Oh, one other thing I wanted to point out here too, like Mike's actually playing the right color set here, because officially the other ones ran with blue bugs. I've always played with the orange bug. It didn't look right with blue to me. So I actually was taking a look at the other ones. I think Nick actually brought that up on the stream.
Yeah, blue is the correct color.
Which is just insane to me.
Blue for the maze, rather.
Yeah, and the blue bugs. Well, the blue bugs are in the Atari and the Apple versions too, I believe. And that looks weird.
It's blue. It's probably blue because it's trying to match the original Pac-Man with its blue maze.
Oh, this can't be a clone though.
No,
but I mean,
the original concept.
In style.
Yeah.
I know it still looks wrong to me blue. I'd still played orange myself, but that's me.
They're blue raspberry ants.
And if you clear the maze, you're treated with another maze, right? It'll clear the screen. You'll get the little dancing cucaracha song, and then boom, next maze of death.
Well, you get some sort of wipe effect with the ants running
wiping.
down.
Yeah,
it's a little intermission.
Yes.
Yeah, they promise to get you next time.
That's right.
We'll get you next time.
We'll get you next time. Yeah.
It's a threat. It's not a promise. It's a threat.
That's where they should have used the sound sample from Android Attack, where that Elmer Fudd lisp thing going. Get you human next time. Yeah.
Be very quiet. I'm hunting humans.
No, that should have been in the game. That's an awesome idea.
Uh-oh, they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you.
All right, well, is Sloopy in the call?
Is Sloopy in the call? Sloopy, do you copy? I do not hear Sloopy. Okay.
No Sloopy, so he's not here to talk about the... I was in the live stream. I didn't play, but I was lurking in it for a while, and we had a fair number of people in there, so...
I think the highest female count we've ever had, too, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Actually, we had two. We had both Melly and
was
and
David
Missy.
Ladd there? Because he's not good for that. He scares people.
No.
And I'd also like to point out to the people that do play in the live stream, take a screenshot and put it into the high score thing, because there were a couple people playing in the live stream that didn't post scores. So
Yeah, and Ken just does not have enough time to go through watch 4 hours of live streaming coverage to pick out some.
Well, I'm glad that that's definitely picking up. Some more community involvement there. It's good times. So were you getting ready to go on to the next game, Mr.
Sure.
Mr. Wallace?
I can show you a screenshot from the next game.
Okay.
Anybody guess what this is?
Hold on. Oh, I know what this is. That's Seamus.
Is that the RGB patched
one? Is it the which?
RGB patched one.
Now, this is a game I spent a lot of time playing back in the day.
I don't know if it's the RGB. I doubt it's the RGB patched one.
The reason I said that is because the person I did that patch for decades ago
George.
was the one that just recently passed away. So
Uh,
that was always a kind of an in joke, because he always came and congratulated me every time I saw him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Years
okay.
later.
Yes, I thought that's why it sounded familiar. I've heard that story. So, but
And this is another game like some of the Datasoft games that was sold by the original company themselves as a third party, and then Radio Shack liked it so much they picked it up afterwards. This was sold for the first couple months directly by Synapse.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a neat game.
And we'll be playing that one on
All right,
the
Sloopy
easy
is
level.
here. Sloopy, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Sloopy is
Oh,
here.
there we go.
There
So-
we go.
Okay, well,
There you
I'll
are.
just say for Seamus, we're going to play it on the easy level unless you're really good at it and you want to play it on the harder level. I don't discriminate. But now we'll pass it over to Sloopy to talk about the live stream.
Yeah, sorry. There was a parade in front of my house. And
Was David Ladd in it?
No fair. How come you get a live parade?
it's still going
Was
on
there a
if you want to
David
go out
Ladd
there.
float? There was a big David Ladd float in like the Macy's parade. And you had
Yeah, with a floppy
in each
drive
hand.
trailing behind. Yeah.
It was actually a Diet Dr. Pepper float. Ooh.
Give me 1 second to set up. I just sat down and
I despise everybody.
But we did mention a couple of things about the live stream already, that it seemed to be a fairly successful one, and there looked like there was lots of players and people were having fun.
And we went over the results, and Missy did better. There's Missy. Hey, Missy.
Hi, Missy.
Missy done better than you did.
yeah, she did.
She done doed it.
All right, let's see here. Can I share my screen?
You can. Sharing is caring.
And let's share this one. Share. All right. Can you see my screen?
I can see it.
All right. We had 6 people or 7 people playing at once. 9 people played total online. And not only did we have the lovely Missy joining us, but we also had the lovely Melly joining us, the daughter of Exile in Paradise himself.
Hello, hello. Yeah, that's cool. That is cool. Getting all those.
We also have Mark B just trying to be different by changing the color set.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that RGB concept.
He's dyslexic, and so he got.
I think I was using a different version because mine was advertised as being the RGB set.
He was using the BGR version, so.
Yeah, we also had Jeremy Landry playing, following along at home and submitting scores.
Jeremy was a bullfrog.
Well, there's the transition screen too there up in the upper right corner there when you.
Oh, we'll get you next time.
Yep.
Yeah, in the top right corner, right there, Jim Ryan. You had it captured perfectly. Yeah, was a good friend of mine.
And later on, we found out that the original is actually blue walls, blue bugs.
I still think that looks bad. I like it.
Yeah, but evidently that's what the original looked like. So in honor of
it honestly doesn't look bad either way.
Yeah,
you know, like the red bugs with the blue arms on the side there don't look bad, and the blue bugs with the red arms don't look bad. And
Well, if they had called it Fire Ants, I think they would have had to go with the red set.
Well,
right.
Isn't the rule with any Steve Bjork stuff that on the CoCo 3 you have to do the Alt F1 or F1 reset, and then that's the Steve Bjork color set?
Or he made it where it defaulted properly on the CoCo 3. I don't remember, one or the other.
No, he made it that way, and if I remember correctly, he was upset that it was the other way around on the CoCo 3 because he had his set the other way.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
my memory may fail me on that one.
Yeah, that's true. Because I mean, you never knew what way your CoCo was one or
Right.
two was going to boot up. So game authors just picked one and stuck with it, whatever way it was.
Right, and they do say that memory is the first thing to go, and what was the second?
I don't remember
forget,
that.
Stevie.
Who's asking the question?
Huh? What are we doing here?
Who are these people?
Yeah, and our big surprise player this week,
Who that?
L. Curtis Boyle.
Oh, joining us
Joined
live
live.
from Saskatchewan, Canada. Foreign correspondent L. Curtis Boyle.
He had
Welcome
5
to the
minutes
show,
while he
Curtis.
was warming up his pot pie in the
He
microwave.
had 5 minutes before supper.
I played for about an hour. I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, he must have been fancy cooking then.
Yeah, his
He
CoCo
had a crock pot going.
Right.
Yeah, his CoCo was trying to what's that word called? Sabotage him from the start by giving him 16 bugs.
Oh,
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. It looks like some of the other people playing had that same copy I had, where it starts on the hard level.
Yeah, but overall we did all right. The numbers are going up again, so hopefully up until the Christmas holiday they'll continue to improve, and I'm sure people will be busy with the holidays, and then after, starting in December, we'll have a big, huge thing where we have like a full screen of 9 people playing at once, or 12.
Yeah, that would be cool.
And it'll be awesome.
I just got my Cocoa Pie up to date, and there was a lot of updates, man. I can't believe how much stuff in all the updates, and then all the emulator updates. And so I just got my Cocoa Pie up to date, and I couldn't make it this week. But now I'm teaching a night class for the next 2 weeks, so I won't be able to do it at all. But I'll be maybe on my breaks. You know what I could do? If you guys are playing on my break, I can screen share that with the class so they can watch you guys.
What time is your
Have
break?
them join in, Stevie. Just hand them emulators.
I am it's like from basically like around 6 to 9 Florida time.
Okay, when's your break?
I try to take one like around 7 and around 8.
Well, 7 is when it starts,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we're always still on at 8. So.
Yeah, so because we're on a Zoom call anyways, I can just open up Discord and just share a screen on the Zoom call to the class while we're on break, you know?
Yeah.
Ooh, excuse me.
You could always make it part of the class to play the game.
For extra credit, right? So for extra credit, if you make it past level 2 of Megabug.
Did Activision ever release Hacker for the CoCo?
I don't think so. I had it on the Tandy 1000.
Oh, because I was going to say, if they did, then we could have that game, and then you could make that for extra credit
for Security Plus, right? So.
Yep.
But I could show live Nitrous 9 development or something.
Oh, hell yeah! That'll put them right to sleep.
Riveting TV there.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that was basically this week, and it was pretty popular, and it seems to be growing. So, game on.
And don't forget to submit any ideas for games that you want to play, because I do take requests.
He takes suggestions, and he especially takes bribes.
Yeah,
Did you
absolutely.
Did you see the Did you see the recommendation that I made in the basic channel?
I did. I just briefly saw it, so I haven't really checked it out yet.
Yeah, well,
I should check with you, Ken. How many do you have in the back order list there as far as requests?
Well, I came up with Seamus last night, so.
Oh, so you're completely out of suggestions.
I'm
okay.
completely out of suggestions, so.
I try not to send too many because it's too centric to my website, and I want to look like I'm trying to hog it. So
that's fine.
You should.
I mean,
you should.
We've gone through most of the games that I've ever played in my life, so I'm always madly
only 1,000
through
to
the week. I'm usually madly through the week trying out different games to see if they're any fun or not. So
you should have said something. I could have given you quite a few recommendations.
Oh yeah, no, I'm completely open to recommendations. That's my favorite part of this format is
Right.
finding games I've never played before and
Yeah,
finding
yeah.
out whether I like them or not.
Mr.
Well,
Davis
then again-
suggesting Predator.
Yeah,
Really?
Predator is the final game. That's the once Predator is played, that's it. Game on is over.
Oh, jeez.
Color scripts it.
Well, then what about the games that have already been played? Because a lot of the games I would like to play here have already been done.
Honestly, that might not be a bad idea to do a fan
Flashback.
favorite week. You know,
Flashback.
have people say what were your favorite games of all the 52 games or whatever it is now, and let's do a fan favorite week. We'll play 3 or 4 games.
Well, it's kind of was one of my ideas for the 100th game would be going back to some of the fan favorites and giving a choice of 4 or 5 different games that were the most popular.
As long as Buzzard Bait or Pegasus and the Fan Rider are not any available option, I'm okay with it.
Phantom Rider was actually number 1 on my list right now.
We have a request for Shock Trooper. Erico is asking, have we done Space Wreck yet?
Space Wreck we have not. Shock Trooper I think we did, didn't we?
Yes, we did do Shock Trooper.
Actually, for that purpose there, Ken, where can people find a list of what has been played already if they want to pick something that's
I
not been
usually at least every second week or so post in the Discord channel the games that we've played so far and how many participants there were.
Is it pinned to the channel?
No, it's usually just with the announcement of the new game and the scores for the last week.
Okay.
So
There's a limit number of pins, so you might, if you want to do a long list, you have one just entry you keep editing.
Just keep updating the entry on the pin when it has a whole.
Yeah, because then you can always just have, when you go to the pin, you'll just have the up-to-date list every week.
See, I ain't all that good with all this newfangled technology stuff.
We'll get you up to speed.
And I use Discord on my phone, so I have to be careful with the touchscreen that I don't hit the pins. That it hurts.
And we're seeing a lot of suggestions for the revisit ones here, like Gunstar, Willie's Warehouse, Time Bandit, Pegasus.
I have a suggestion. Not Predator.
Not Predator.
I think we should have a
it's all
special
over.
Predator episode where David Ladd comes in and live comments it while we're all playing it.
Wow, there is.
I think if we do that, that'll be the last segment ever.
So that was a couple weeks ago. So
Here's the list of the games that we've
Yeah.
played so far.
Have you got enough tabs open there? Do you have room for more?
hey, you're
That's
starting
what-
to look like Curtis's computer.
Yeah. Well,
I thought that was my desktop.
Well, I also have Firefox and Edge.
Oh, there you go.
What? No Chrome?
Yeah, this is Chrome.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
and
Chrome.
Available browsers with open tabs.
And then 30 more tabs on Firefox and 30 more tabs on Edge.
Yeah, I only use Edge for reading PDFs though.
Diversify.
So.
Yep.
Yeah, we're almost
Flight
up to the
simulator.
100th episode. I didn't realize we're that close.
Yeah, my financial advisor suggested I diversify to both pick quick and scratch offs. So I got that going for me.
Math tutor. We have a
math
have
tutor.
a math
Having
tutor.
a blast with the new math tutor.
Have we done color scripts at 2 yet?
We have not. Scripts at 2. Script
Not
harder.
until we've done color scripts at 1.
Audio spectrum analyzer. Have we done that?
No, we have not.
It doesn't work on the
version,
CoCo
though?
3.
That's the question.
I was going to
Oh.
do the personal finance one next week.
Handyman. That's one
Ooh.
we haven't covered yet.
Home publisher.
Spectaculator. Oh, we have done Nightmare Highway. But Terry Stegg is asking
Profile.
for Nightmare Highway. We have.
What about Sound Speech Pack?
I have a ROM cartridge for the CoCo 2 called Diagnostics ROM.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That's kind of like the hacker game you were talking about earlier, wasn't it?
Okay, Mark
Yeah.
Siegel just joined us. He says, what is the game with logic gates? Was that, anybody remember that one?
Oh, is
was
that
that,
Rocky's Boots or something?
Rocky's Boots with the apple.
Yeah.
it was that the one that ran under OS-9? You
Yes.
had the robots. Oh,
There's
crud.
two actually kind of along that line. Rocky's Boots is one. What the heck's the other one?
That's not it. There was another one. It was an OS-9 game.
Yeah,
Oh,
both of them were.
Level 1.
Erico says,
Crud.
let's play the Ed Tasm cartridge.
I think I have an Ed Tasm cartridge.
That's a choose your own adventure. That one.
Exactly so.
How about Spectaculator?
Spectaculator.
Or in my case,
Yeah.
choose your own crash.
Right. What have
Yeah, Rocky's Boots. What the heck is that one called? That's bugging me now.
We haven't done the color cubes, the Rubik cube thing. That's going to be a real family pleaser.
Robot Battle would be an interesting one. Glenn Soggy's that educational where you kind of program the robots to fight each other, and you let them loose and see who wins.
How about Robot Odyssey?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I would say if these are fresh in your brains, everybody throw them out in the Game On Challenge Discord channel too. So they'll be
either that, or you can just send them to me on a private chat on the Discord.
Do you have an email address too for people that are not on Discord?
CanadianRetroThings@gmail.com.
CanadianRetroThings@gmizzle.com.
All right. Star Raiders also.
Project Nebula.
Project Nebula.
Yeah.
On Advance. We're going to have to play that on Star Commander Advance whenever that comes up.
Yeah.
And of course, my favorite game from my childhood, Dino Wars.
Roll.
No.
That
you
is
need
such
two
a
players
dividing
for
game.
that.
I mean, lots of like really young kids love Dino Wars. I've had
I
my cousins
hated
that are
that
used to
game.
modern games, and they just love that game to death.
That was the
I
worst.
loved it as a kid. I had no friends to play with, so it was easy. But
I mentioned in my interview, it was like one of the 2 first games I ever got for the CoCo, and I was the title was really cool. That's what attracted me. I was like, oh, Dino Wars, fighting dinosaurs. That sounds great. And then we got it home and played it, and I was like, we just wasted our money. Holy cow.
I got to say, the game itself is technically impressive. The way it's kind of like a paper cutout, it's three-dimensional and perspective and distance. I think it would be cool if you had that game and they made it a solo, one player, kind of like a Street Fighter type game where you go through different rounds and fight different dinosaurs, and then dinosaurs change, and then you get like a boss dinosaur you have to fight from time to time and stuff. But to take that same game engine and make even a one player against ever increasing difficult hordes of dinosaurs would be kind of interesting. You know?
There you go, Curtis. We need an update.
with much better graphics, please.
Actually, the
graphics are pretty good. I mean, considering that runs in 16, actually it runs in 4K.
It runs on 4K, so.
Yeah, clearly, yeah.
But the visual perspective, the kind of shaking of the screen and everything else, and nobody had ever seen anything like that before, or since. And maybe there's a reason for that.
Yeah. I just remember when we interviewed the author, Robert Kilgus, during one of the email transfers I'd back for, unfortunately he was not able to come online for an actual live call, but he actually mentioned the roars are actually his wife, and they just sped up and kind of twigged the sound around.
It's not too bad.
But you said that, or he said that their neighbors, they were always wondering what their neighbors thought hearing her scream into a mic doing these roars of dinosaurs.
Yeah, cool. Before we go on, since we have some people here and we have some people in the audience, we've been talking about, number one, Sloopy, thank you for what you've been doing with the midweek Game On community thing. That's great. Appreciate that.
I'm glad to do it, and it's all because of the wonderful woman that's sitting next to me that allows me to do it.
Oh, all right. So what I was going to say is we were looking at the calendar, and this end of December, Christmas ends on a Saturday, and most people have things to do at Christmas. They've got family or whatever. So I don't know that we're going to have a live CoCoTALK Christmas. And then the other thing is the following one is New Year's Day. I don't know if New Year's Day is as much as a concern. I think not everybody will have obligations then, but
we'll just all be hungover.
No.
Yeah.
Go lay down.
But what I was going to say, just as an idea, is that for a Christmas special, because I think we did this one year for Thanksgiving too. Hey, Sloopy, can you mute for a minute? I hear somebody talking in the background.
Sorry.
If we get people to submit just recorded stuff, and we can splice all that together and run that, so we can just hear people from the community talking about what their year was like, and good wishes, goodwill on earth, and all that kind of stuff. So maybe we can do a special that we can air, we can pre-record and edit and air live, where we get a bunch of community submitted clips about the holidays and winter and CoCos and whatever you want to talk about, and we just run that as a Christmas
kind of do
special.
a pre-record montage.
Pre-recorded montage of community contributed clips. And so if you guys want to send stuff to us, you can do it through Discord or through email or whatever. Just reach out to us. But I think it'd be kind of cool to hear from people who aren't always on the panel to just record something. It doesn't have to be, you can do it on your phone. You don't have to do a whole big production, but just record a clip of saying, hey, Merry Christmas and have a great year. And it's been a great year for CoCo, something like that. And we'll just take a bunch of those and run that as a pre-recorded Christmas Day special. So send that stuff into us if you would like.
I like that idea.
So there we have that. And now do we have Game On News, Mr. Boyle?
Yeah, we'll do that. Then we'll take the break before we go on to the main news, because there actually is a fair bit of main news to hit. There's not too much Game On News this week. But...
Yay, 7-hour show.
Ooh.
Okay, so
You'll
share this screen thing.
I have a Roger Taylor update.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Something you want to tell us now, Rondo?
He says, Ron, I work all day Saturdays. I'm at work now. I'll have to watch it later. You guys have fun. And then I said, no problem. He said, and thanks for the interest. I'll check out the show sometime tonight.
Okay.
Okay, we'll definitely be going that in more detail when we get to the main news. So, okay, you guys seen that?
Yes.
Okay, so as we know from the past, Pere Serrat has been releasing all the AGD converted games to the CoCo, and he released over 200 of them over, a year plus ago. And then recently he's been doing some updates for the Super Sprite FM Plus board, which he's released the first pack of 6 games for that. But in the meantime, since he did the original ones, more games have been released on the Specky. So now he's going back to catch those up. So this release here is 6 new games, and this is just the start. There's more coming that have been released basically in the last 2 years. And you can see he's currently just still in the A's for these 6. And these are for the standard 6847 based CoCos and Dragons, so you don't need any extra special hardware to run these versions here. And there's definitely more coming. So I thought I'd scroll through and show you a couple of them here. So
cool title screen.
Yep. So this is the Agent Blue Day missions. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Shock Trooper or
yeah, that's cool looking.
Tut's Tomb or something like that kind of. Then here's the Agent Blue night missions, which you can tell it's night because now the palettes flip.
Oh yeah, scary.
And this one's called a Cane.
Like a ninja looking person.
I am contaminated. I must run. I say that all the time.
Oh, cool. It's a cool looking ninja.
Yep. Another one here called Alchemist 2 The Dungeons.
Ooh.
Which is a sequel to a game from 1983.
There's a ghost.
These will remind me kind of like the Jet Set Willy Manic Miner style. I don't know if there's pixel perfect or not, but
okay.
Remind me of. Among
Bad, because Among Us is a game that my daughter likes to play. That's the theme of her birthday party this weekend. Among Us, those little space dudes.
And one of the hardest to read fonts I've ever seen.
Crap Games 2020. That's so funny. Okay, yeah, those are the what do they call them? Crew members. They look like little guys in space helmets, or like remember the Intel dudes that wear this like silver,
the bunny suit guys.
Yeah. So they kind of look like that. Look like they're in a space jumpsuit type thing. So that's the Among Us looking dude. So that's interesting that they're taking a new modern game character and putting it in a retro game. Aunt Rose, rest in peace. Oh, poor Aunt Rose. Aunt Rose, based
on the Italian text adventure, 1986.
Okay. Ooh.
It's a little bit of a different looking one, that one, for this type of engine here, because it's actually only using part of the screen. But anyway, so that's the first of many, and this is just the A's. So I don't know how many new games have been released in the AGD engine for the Specky in 2020 and 2021, but their plan right now is to catch them all up. And I don't know what his plans are as to which ones to pick to also port to the Super Sprite FM Plus board with enhanced graphics, sprites, music, and everything else. But I'm assuming there's more of those still coming too. So there's a lot of stuff coming down the pike. So those of you that want to get some more games on your CoCo that you've never seen before, that are new to the CoCo, I'm guessing you can probably get another 50 to 100 out of this alone.
All right, beauty, eh?
So anyway, if you want to grab those, they are available on the World of Dragon archive in the forums, and there's a little download link. You can actually just go to the uploads section of the forum there, and he's got the download zips here. Now he is planning on doing the same thing he did previously, where he's going to release these little 6-packs, basically as soon as they get done. And then once every month or so, there's going to be these big bundles, and you also have the full download pack where you can get every game released. So, you might get 250, 300 games by the time this is all done, and you can download as one thing if you haven't got any of these before. And of course, I think we're getting those uploaded to the archive and stuff too, so they should be showing up there soon as well. He's also got versions specifically for the Dragon. He's got versions with long file names for Dragon emulators, short file names if you're running it on real hardware, because a lot of the stuff like the SDC and stuff. And the what's the MMC? Is that the one? The Dragon
MMC, and yeah.
And of course, he gives us a little nice summary of the names and also what the keys are. Because
up, down, left, right.
Spec didn't have arrow keys
M,
properly. So.
F3 is X. Okay.
So anyway, go grab them, and I wouldn't mind getting some reviews on some of those, and maybe if you want to throw in a bit of different stuff into the game on challenge there, Ken, maybe you can just grab one of those, maybe pick a pack and then pick the best out of the 6 or your favorite, and you can do that too. Or anybody else for that matter, if you want to download the pack, give them a shot, send off a message to Ken if you think any of them are worthwhile throwing on.
I'll look at them.
Have you tried any of the other ones? I don't know if you were around the last time these came around.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, because there's 212 games, I think, already released.
I have tried a few. These are the Spectrum.
Yeah, the AGD engine ports.
Yeah, I tried a few of them in the past. I mean, when I was just playing around with my CoCoSDC.
Okay, so you're at least familiar with them anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Next up, now this has been a rather interesting little story going along here. So Erico found this 1K Space Invader, not invaders, Invader. There's one single alien to kill.
One invader.
And this ran in 1K on the Sinclair ZX81.
Did it run on the ZX81 too?
Yeah, the ZX81, the ZX81.
Okay.
I don't know about the ZX80.
It was multi-platform.
Yeah, Timex Sinclair, Sinclair, doesn't matter. So anyway, he's been porting it over to the CoCo, and some other people kicked in with their own ports here too. So I'll just show like a brief. I don't know if this is going to work here.
Yep.
Can you guys see that or
yeah? Okay, so you got the thing coming down, and you got the dude going.
Yeah, let me just reset Facebook defaults to crap res.
Okay, score 100. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's actually running in the browser emulator. Okay, so there's your W at W and your V. Score 0.
Very clouded, so we died.
So if it comes all the way down, you don't get anything. So you have to shoot it before it hits the ground.
Yeah, and your shot basically instantly goes to the top. So
okay. Neat.
And then some other people have been doing some other versions of it as well. I think this one
with some semi-graphics. Okay, there we go.
But changing the characters to make it look a little bit different.
Yeah, that's cool.
And then there's been some other ones too here.
Oh yeah, semi-graphics. That way it matches the listing, because on that other one they could actually type their, like on the MC10, you could type the graphics into the string statements. Yeah. Ooh, poof. Shot him. Poof. Did he just move up? I wonder if the screen is scrolling.
It looks like it's scrolling, yeah.
Yeah, because he's not probably doing a semicolon and so it's like scrolling up, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's an interesting little project to take something of that small.
And getting other people involved and doing their own flavors of it too is kind of cool.
Yeah, and of course Jim Gerrie got involved, so I'll be covering his version right away here too.
Hold my beer.
Now, one thing I want to mention, because people were saying like it was quite a feat to get a little Space Invader game running in 1K. I did mention in the comments there, and then Nick Marindis can talk to this too, because there was a 4K challenge I think Alan Huffman had tried organizing a few years back, which unfortunately he never finished judging or anything. But Nick actually had an entry, basically a 4K Space Invaders with a full screen of Invaders, just like normal arcade.
I remember his showing us that one time.
Of course, it's interesting to note that 1K included the screen wrap, along with the basic code and all the variable code, was all in the 1K. So
you actually have how much K did how many bytes did the screen take?
You had 1K. It could be 738 bytes, but they had a mode where each line stopped at the last character printed, so you could shave bytes off of each line and get a tall vertical screen or a short horizontal screen, but not both. So they really crammed a lot in 1K to make that go.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't realize that it was that. Like, I know the 4K CoCo, like you had 2,300 bytes, I think, in BASIC or something like that.
Yeah, no, in the 1K ZX, you had 1K, period.
Okay, that's more impressive to me now, all of a sudden. And that explains why, wasn't it the United States when they made the 2K RAM default?
2K, so you at least had 1K of RAM for your use.
A whopping 2K.
So hey, Jim Gerrie decided to make the MC10 version, which of course runs in 4K.
And that's why my parents waited until '83 to get me a home computer, because
The 64K was becoming standard by then. So
yeah, well, our first one was a 16K, although I did soon upgrade it to 64K after that. But yeah, it's like 4K. It's too little to do anything meaningful with, I think. So yeah, so we waited.
I think you had to be there though, because back then with the prices, like even a 16K machine back in 1980 for any brand was $800 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the CoCo, and the 4K. I mean, I remember when I got my 4K, I wrote games like crazy on that thing. I probably wrote about 3 or 4 dozen of them. I did.
Well,
a Missile Command, a Space Invaders, and a whole bunch of stuff that I'd done back then, and you just kind of learned to live with it.
I mentioned that my father, was a systems programmer on mainframe computers, and his first computer that he worked on back in 1970. Or again, this is a giant mainframe computer, took up a whole floor of a building, had 8K of RAM, 8K of memory. That's the first computer he used, and it was a gigantic thing.
Like a VAX VMS or something like that, or?
No, it was an IBM, some sort of IBM mainframe. I don't remember what kind. He could tell you for sure, but yeah. It was IBM mainframes he mainly worked with.
Yeah, well, kind of like the Bill Gates quote, 640K ought to be enough for anybody. I remember when I first got my 16K RAM upgrade, which is about a year after I got my 4K, and I went, I'll never be able to fill this. I was just like, I have all this room now. I wrote a game and I have room left over. What do I do with this type thing? That only lasted about a year, but. So anyway, Jim Gerrie's version of it, using some graphics on the MC10 and a fair bit faster.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's pretty fast. Pew! Oh, and he's got
a bit of an animated
random dematerialization there too. That's cool. It's a neat effect.
Yeah.
Halfway decent speed.
One interesting mechanic on this game too is the fact that the bullets are like they would be in real life. Like normally in an arcade game, you watch the bullet go, which I mean, real life would never happen.
Shot and it hit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty well instantaneous type thing. So.
Pew pew pew. Oh, that was close. That was right above him.
Yep.
Do you have
after a brief lull with Jim Gerrie here, he actually cranked out a few things. That was one of the ones, and it was direct response.
Do you have to hit it dead center, or can you hit any part of it?
I think you can hit any part of it.
Okay.
But I haven't actually tried it yet. But this is available for download on Jim's site, of course, along with the other ones we'll be covering. So, speaking of Jim Gerrie, so the other 2 things he uploaded, looks like I forgot to put them in the link, so I'll just do it directly here.
That website is jimgerrie.holdmybeer.com.
Jim Gerrie, I don't have time to type at you. I'm writing games.
Is that the Puerto Rican flag?
Well, it's kind of an educational game, so it'll draw a flag in low res, and you have to guess which country, matches which flag.
Okay. That's Japan.
Yep.
That one I know. Okay, that's Italy. Yes? No? No, I don't know what the hell that is.
Looked like France to me.
France? Okay.
No, yeah.
See, that looks like Puerto Rico, but there's no star in the middle, so I don't know. And that's Germany, I think, right? Come on, people, help me out here. I'm so illiterate. Okay. I know
No,
Japan.
it's not Germany.
It's not Germany? All right.
Nope.
Hungary. No, I'm not hungry, though, because I did eat before the show. Okay.
When was this program written? I think a lot of the flags have changed since then, if it was a while ago.
That could be.
Right.
He doesn't have any details on that. He just said he made this as a lark this weekend to spiff up my site.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if that was a port or if he wrote it right from scratch.
Consider the site spiffed.
Anyway, you can go get yourself educated on some flags.
Paul Thayer's out there. Hey, Paulie, how you doing? Okay. Thank you, Jim.
The next one here. Now, this one I've seen ported on the CoCo in various, even commercially. Prickly Pear, I think, sold one of those too.
Guess
Which basically,
the animal.
It's very primitive AI, and this is a really, really old program. So this was actually part of David All's basic computer games book from 1970s, I think about 78. And that itself is based on a mini or a mainframe version that came out in 71. So this is like a really old game. It's having its 50th anniversary this year, actually. But basically, it's a primitive AI where you think of an animal, and then it asks you a series of questions, and the computer narrows down what it thinks the animal is.
David Ladd.
Does it like Dr. Pepper?
Dr. Pepper? Is it obsessed with floppies?
Yeah, it's originally written at Dartmouth College, so.
Definitely disliking some people right now.
Does it have a trunk?
Really?
Does it go arf arf? Does it have a retractable claw? Oh, yes. Does it live in the jungle? Yes. What has retractable claws? Is it the king of the jungle? Oh, is it a tiger?
Cat.
Ah. Why not try thinking of another animal? In their hands. This is great.
Now we're thinking of Sloopy.
Does it swim? Yes. Does it have flippers? Yes. Is it a seal? Yes. Oh, gosh. Curse you, AI. You are so far ahead of me. Does it swim? Yes. No. Does it have a trunk? No. Does it go arf arf? No. Does it have retractable? Does it give milk and go moo? That narrows it down. And
does it give milk and eat tin cans and
almost everything else? Oh, is that trying to say if it's a cat? Does it have a woolly coat and say bah, bah? What are you implying? Is it a bird? The animal you were thinking of was a moose. What would distinguish a moose from a bird?
Do Canadians ride them like horses?
Here he's getting way too technical.
Is a bullwink. Really? Okay.
How much damage does it do to the car when it hits you?
Okay. So it just says this is machine learning too, where it can...
Yep. There's the databases. It has some built in, and then it kind of learns as you keep running the program. Now, there's other versions of this. Like there's one called Body Parts that was sold by Prickly Pear, which is basically guessing a body part. And they actually had an in joke on it because it was BODY, and you guess like finger, toe, nose, whatever.
Body, like,
and then they had BAWDY if you want to get a little bit naughty on it. So.
Oh, yeah.
So that's Jim cranked out 3 games in the span of a week, so he's getting back to his normal pace. I think we kind of tired him out after the MC10 special. So.
Slow week for Jim. All right.
Yeah.
We'll accept
so that's it
that.
for the game on news, unless anybody else has anything. I think we'll probably say the project updates, though.
And Mr. Dave, you're going to save yours for project updates and acquisitions. I'll take these awkward silence as a yes. Okay, so what we're going to do right now, we will take a not so brief break, potty break. Ron Delvaux might need to go potty. Or is Ron even here? Did Ron leave us? I don't remember giving Ron a hall pass. Okay, so we're going to take a break, and then we'll be back with news and other things, right? After these words. So let's go ahead and do Who's New to Discord, and what else do we have under our segments? Where's the... That's new. Where's my patron segment? Or is that under commercials? All right, because we do have a new patron that I've updated that we need to do. All right, so we'll do that, and then we'll be back after these words. We'll start off with new to Discord, then we'll get into new patrons and commercials and whatnot. And we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
It's time for everyone's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord This Week?
Walter Mix. Hi there. Walter here. I am a retro computer enthusiast. I love them all, but partial to CoCo's and all things TRS-80. I'm in Canada and worked at a few Radio Shack stores back in the 80s and 90s. Cheers. Antipodem. Hi everyone, my name is Charles. When I was 13 or so, I would go to a friend of my dad's house, who owned a Timex Sinclair 1000. I would sit in his attic for hours, programming and trying to make a game. My dad's friend must have convinced him to get me my own computer. My first computer was a TRS-80 CoCo 2. No disk, only one game on cartridge, and one joystick. I loved that machine, and spent many hours programming a text adventure in BASIC. I'm hoping that this Discord channel and its members will be able to share with me their 6809 assembly experiences. Alan.0. Hi all. I'm Alan. I grew up learning programming on TRS-80s, Model 1, then a CoCo 2, then the CoCo 3. Though in my adult life I've always regretted never learning assembly back then. I learned it later in life. I spent 18 years doing game development, but I wished I'd taken the initiative to learn it back then, and maybe I'd have been able to create something interesting. So these days I have a CoCo 3 I picked up recently, and I'm 100% CoCo these days. I'm looking to learn from the CoCo community. The previous bios were edited for time's sake. Thanks to Melly, Boysantech, Paul Fiscarelli, Terry Stagee, and the CoCoTALK patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. At discord.cocotalk.live.
At CoCoTALK, we'd like to thank the patrons who sponsor our program, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Bowden Aaron, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Daniel Williams, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Rick Ulland, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom Heron, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex. We think it works, so will you.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
Oh, I remember that Christmas. Dad gave me my first shortwave radio from Radio Shack. What memories. This Christmas, we got our son's Color Computer 3 from Radio Shack. It hooks right up to our TV and was on sale for less than $130. The Color Computer 3 makes learning fun. Jimmy even lets me use it for word process when he isn't playing computer games. Lucky I still got my shortwave.
Save $70 on the sale-priced Color Computer 3, only at Radio Shack.
Hey, this is Bruce Moore, author of Force of Doom, and you're watching the Original Gamer Stevie Stroke.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the tiny Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
This is Ken Reichert, author of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
And you're experiencing CoCoTALK?
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to CoCo Fest.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
CoCo Fest Edition? Still low resolution, still digital to analog converted sound. More machine language. And basic.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Now includes the power of Terry to clear the road ahead.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Available as a DVD-ROM with all my past games as an alleged bonus, including my unreleased 4th Rainbow Adventure Contest entry. Unreleased for a reason.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Get your physical or digital copy at cancanmakeit.com. Now you've really paid too much.
Make marionettes on electricity.
Crikey! Electricity's a fad. The biggest market is with open flame.
Brought to you by Nitrous 9, Ease of Use Edition. Hashtag OS9 Forever.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
And
I just realized you've been
in.
calling me a Muppet this whole time.
That's right. Before we turn it over to foreign correspondent L. Curtis Boyle, we've got a special announcement from America's sexiest retro guy, Grant Leedy.
Sexiest in his own mind. Go ahead.
Oh, good Lord, help us all.
Good night, everybody.
I just want to let everybody know that the group rates for the 2022 CoCo Fest has just been released. The rooms are going to be $99 a night plus tax. So just make sure you go to the Glenside Color Computer Club's website there. There's the URL for it. I've also posted in several Facebook sites. Or you can also use the group code COF when booking your rooms. So
what does that stand for? COF.
I believe it sounds like stands for
cough, yeah. Like like part of CoCo Fest or something.
I think it's
That's
like
in mid-May,
Co-Fest.
That's a mid-May, Grant?
Yes, it's going to be May 13th, 14th. Excuse me, May 14th and 15th of 2022.
Now, do you know if if the rate is only good for the weekend, or if people want to be there for an extended stay, get there early, stay late, will it be the same price for like 4 days or?
I have personally booked a room for the Thursday through leaving on Monday, and it worked for all 4 days. So I would assume so.
Good to
so
know.
Jim Brain has just given us the proper mixed case of that butchered acronym, but capital CO for CoCo and capital F for part of Fest. So it's COF. Use
promo code.
Use offer code FLEM.
Calls not included.
Paul
And
Thayer
we will-
says, thanks, Grant.
Hey, not a problem. And also, we'll be releasing the registrations for tables. I think we're looking at mid-January for that, and we'll also be updating the prices for CoCo Fest here probably in a few weeks. So be on the lookout for that.
Okay.
Okay. And you'll come on for announcing that too, because you're kind of in charge of CoCo Fest now, right?
Yep. I will
Yeah.
definitely come in and give you guys the breaking news.
And that's why it's
Hopefully
called
CoCo
the
Fest
last.
will survive this, but
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's the 30th annual last quotation fingers CoCo Fest, and with Grant at the helm, who knows?
Right.
Well, thanks for your support there, Coco, man. I appreciate it.
That's why nobody. That's why
do my
nobody
best.
voted for you for vice president, Grant. So
Yeah, I know.
I was a big supporter of Abby Stain.
Yes.
Abstain.
staying on your reputation. Anyway. So one thing I just found out too, Frank from Canadian Retro Rewind, who's attending Commodore show in Toronto right now, as are a few other people like Henry Reitfeld, just texted me, and he's actually going to be available to talk about an announcement, which is actually part of the news. So I'm going to ship that down till he can get on. He should be on in about 45-50 minutes. So I will
I'll
save
be
that
gone
to your
by
news
then,
item.
but good luck to him.
Just vamp.
He can hang out in the parking lot and join the tailgate edition. So.
Oh, welcome to Bodekar Schaller. I didn't notice you were here.
Hey guys.
It's like a ninja just sneaking in.
Just needs that mask.
I secretly pounded down a whole medium pizza during the news segment, so that was great.
Pizza, yummy.
Okay, so I will share the screen just to make sure I got the right story up. Hey, you guys seen that?
Yandex Retro Games Battle version 3.
Yeah, now I don't know too much about the previous version of this, but my gathering is that this was a Sinclair exclusive programming contest that's actually run from Russia. And they actually have cash prizes.
Wow.
And there's 3 main winners, and then there's also a viewer's choice winner type thing, and they rate it on graphics and sound, gameplay, and replayability and that kind of thing. But they've expanded this year on the version 3, third year running, to a bunch of other 8-bit machines, including the Amstrad, Atari 8-bit, BBC Micromaster, C64, MSX, MSX2, the CoCo. They don't say CoCo 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure if it includes all of them, but I'll presume so. And, of course, the Spectrum itself. Now, there's a panel of judges, and they got some pretty interesting judges in here. Some that you might recognize. Here's the prizes, by the way, in rubles, which I'll translate in a bit. But there's a rather famous guy here.
That's the guy who did Doom.
Doom and
Quake,
Castle Wolfenstein 3D.
Yeah, so that's it's pretty cool that he's actually one of the judges. I don't know if he has been in the past. I didn't get a chance to do too much research on the previous entries list. But this is well advanced. This is actually for something that will be drawn next December.
Okay.
And I think the cutoff is in November, if I remember correctly.
Now, does it
November
specify
22nd.
if it needs to be written in BASIC only, or can it be BASIC or
Anything.
assembly?
Any genre. There's a few restrictions. You cannot use extra peripherals besides a joystick or mouse, so you can't add in graphics cards or sound cards. You have to use the base machine.
Listen,
you cannot
if you
infringe
wanna
on other
see
people's copyrights. And it cannot be participating in any other competitions or exhibitions. So it has to be exclusive to this contest.
This is of all the contests that are out there, this is the one that produces the most high quality entries, and I think part of the reason why is because the cash prize. Because we played a game called Drift that I think was a winner on the Yandex competition from like 2018 or 2019, and it was unbelievable. And if you just go through and look through some of the previous winners, I don't know what kind of budget the CoCo community has to sponsor a competition like this, but I wonder what kind of results would happen if you did offer a small cash prize, say $50 or $100 for a competition like this.
It'd be interesting because I did translate what the rubles are here, and these are not exactly small prizes. So the prize list right now for the third place, where's the little graphic here? Oops, okay. So there's your first, second, third, and then your award, Audience Choice Award. So the Audience Choice Award is the lowest of the ones here. That's $270 US right now.
Nice.
The top prize is over $1,000 US.
Wow.
So this might very well be worth somebody's while to crank out a game and get paid for it, and also get a lot of publicity, etc. for it too.
Very cool.
Now, John, do you know, was this exclusively for this Specky before?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, this is the first year it's been extended through other platforms other than the Spectrum. The Spectrum, for those of you that don't know, was surprisingly popular in Soviet Russia under the guise of several clone systems. I think the Scorpion is one of them. There are several others. And but it is sort of weird. I don't know. You'd expect a competition like this to come out of England or, somewhere in the UK. I always thought it was weird that it came out of Russia, but this is sort of the marquee, micro game competition that I know of in terms of its scope, in terms of the number of entries, and of course the cash prizes.
Neat.
Okay. And do you know, has John Romero been part of that before? Or is this his first year?
That I don't know. I have no idea. So it would be interesting to see if this is his first year. And I also wonder about, if opening this up to other platforms is going to be a good thing or a bad thing in terms of, you don't want to dilute what's made this special in the past, where people really max out the Spectrum to the highest degree. But, at the same time, who knows, maybe we'll see a really awesome CoCo game coming out of this, which would be great. So
yeah, I'm kind of curious because there's enough of a cash prize here to make it worth somebody's while, to have a little hobby project running if you get paid $1,000 for it, or even the lower end, 250 plus.
Yeah. There's no reason, Nick, that you can't enter your new game into this, man.
Or Curtis, you'll have to finish your game and put it in there.
Yeah, but then they'd have to run Nitrous 9, and that would completely turn them off. So
You wouldn't know what to do with all that power. What do you mean I could switch windows?
Yeah, you just wonder if the judges will then have an open mind enough to realize that some of these platforms had sound chips and sprite chips, and some of them didn't. So if somebody did something...
Have you used a Spectrum before, Stevie?
No, I have not. So does it not have sound chips?
Yeah, the Spectrum 48 does not have sound chip either. They're just like us.
Okay, yeah. So the bar, so the expectations are kind of low then on some of that stuff. Mark Siegel.
Yeah, because the Spectrum 128 I think added a sound chip if I remember, but the 48 did not.
Yeah, the 48K has no sound chip, just a beeper, and then the 128 has the AY sound chip.
But I noticed that the Atari 8-bit was in there, so if somebody does an assembly language for that using the Pokey chip and sprites and stuff, then That's obviously going to an MSX too. Those things would have some superior hardware. So
yeah, the MSX2 would be a tough one to beat.
I think like they have their
Nick is our
criteria with different voting categories with different number of points assigned to each. It does sound like they are going to take into consideration the platform it's running on as part of that score. So if you get an 8 out of 10 for graphics, for example, that would be 8 out of 10 for that platform. Like, how does it compare with other games for that platform? Not, trying to compete a CoCo 1 with an MSX 2.
Right.
But at the same time, I mean, it's still really hard to put these platforms side by side.
Right.
Seems like it would be a better idea if I was running the show. I'd have just a separate winners for each category. But
yeah, but then you dilute the prizes so much, maybe you lose the
that's right.
effect of.
No, that's neat though. Right. It's neat. It's neat. And let's follow this and see what these. Are they going to be showing what the entrants are throughout the year?
Yeah, if you go back to the previous year's ones, I think they actually have lists with screenshots of all the previous entries and winners and their scores on each of the categories. The scores here, they're basically saying here, they evaluate based on graphics, gameplay, and game design, which is all out of 10, and then sound is out of 5. And they do a combination score to get the actual winners, and they've got the previous entries, whether they won or not, with their relative scores.
Cool.
But anyway, yeah, they've got almost a full year to write this. Basically, the actual final competition ends on December 17th. The Audience Choice Award is November 21st, so you've got just about a year to get this done. So, and no limits on genre, etc. Sorry?
No Apple II.
Was that popular in Russia? I know the CoCo was actually used a bit in Russia.
There's actually a clone made in Bulgaria called the Pravets.
I mean, because the Apple II schematics were basically out there from the get-go.
With no special logic, yeah.
Right. It is a surprising omission. I do wonder why the Apple II is not on that list.
Is it because maybe they already have a competition that's going for the Apple II? Because it was popular?
Maybe so.
I'm surprised they didn't mention Dragon in the same tier as Sadie CoCo. They should be saying Dragon.
It should be pretty similar, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, it's an interesting contest. I'd not heard of it before, probably because it was specky oriented before this. But what really caught my eye was the fact that John Romero is one of the judges. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, there's also the Oliver twins in there, which are the people who did Elite. They're also
the Oliver twins didn't do Elite. That was David Braben.
What did they do?
Creators of the Dizzy
Oliver twins
they
did
Dizzy, and
they did all of these simulator games, and I say simulator with the largest air quotes possible. BMX simulator, professional ski simulator, etc. But they're most famous for the Dizzy series of games.
Right.
And does anybody recognize some of the other people here in the list? I'm not sure.
Is that Yuri Malviv? He didn't do
Editor-in-Chief of
Star
Spectrum
Heritage
magazine.
It looks like a lot of Spectrum people, and then John Romero.
Right.
Yeah. Ocean Software I've heard of. And he worked on the ZX Spectrum conversion of Mr. Do.
Yeah, it seems weird. I'll see how this shakes out, but it seems weird to have a panel full of basically Spectrum people, and they're going to be judging all these different platforms, plus John Romero. I don't know. It's weird, but it'll be interesting to follow.
Yeah,
for sure,
it's a cool idea.
Yeah,
it's definitely worth.
And
watching.
prize is substantial enough that it might get people interested. So we've had some other ones where I'll give you a free joystick or $50 or something, and that doesn't really seem to garner that much more interest than having no prize at all. This is high enough; it might.
Right.
What did they do with the winning entry? Like,
they're all available for download. So,
right.
Oh, so it becomes public domain, I guess, at that point.
I think
I'm not sure if
as far as I'm aware, all of the entries fall into the public domain. I don't think any of them are offered for sale.
So it'd have to be something you're willing to give away. You wouldn't want to turn around and sell later on, I guess. So,
yeah,
unless you wanted to do a special edition. That's the cop out. Special edition, you add a couple lines of code.
Right. Director's cut.
Right.
This one, if you're paying me, the director's actually getting a cut.
But still, I mean, for somebody like Nick or me, because our dollar's worth less in the U.S. anyway, we're looking at $1,200 to $1,500 for the first prize for this for us.
Which is not another Ferrari.
Both of you guys.
That's a whole lot of back bacon there.
Yeah. Or
You could
donuts.
throw in some alleged bonus features.
Previously
My alleged
unreleased
bonus
or-
feature, it runs under nitrous now.
Uh-huh. All right, what's next, Mr. Boyle?
Okay, next up, Alan Huffman here's got a couple of blog entries this week. So the first one here, now he had a VIC-20 before he got his CoCo 2. And one thing he missed was having the character set of the Petsky graphics, which also the Commodore PET had. So he's actually duplicating the Petsky character set on P Mode 4 for the CoCo 1 and 2, and then he's going to try to convert some of his old VIC-20 games over to
Interesting.
using this. So this has some of the, the heart symbols and the little lines and stuff like that.
And
So he's got
inverse
the upper
text.
lowercase and
So we
the
can
inverse.
convert Attack of the Petsky Robots to the CoCo.
That's already being done though, so that's not Alan.
Oh, damn.
But yeah, exactly.
Is this
That's
being
an
done in a
example.
semi-language so the speed is good on it, or is this like a draw statement? or-
I think he's planning on doing that. I don't know if he did that for this particular demo here. I doesn't really say, does he? Oh, wait, there we go.
Let's see. It is 22 by 23 screen.
Yeah, so he had to do some redesign because of different text size. But yeah, he wants to do in a semi-language routine handle the VIC-20 custom characters, but it looks like for now that's not what it's doing. He just
Okay.
did that as to draw the font type thing.
Okay, it looks cool though.
Yeah, and it would make porting some of those types of programs over, or from the PET or the VIC-20 for that. I think the C64 had this character set.
So
too,
to do it all in software is cool because then you can run it on anything. But that's one of the nice features of the CoCo VGA is the redefinable character sets too. So
is there a Petsky set for the?
I don't know
know
about
there's some
that
alternate.
specifically, but since he's already got the bitmaps for it, it would be cool if he could make one.
Yeah, that'd be awesome because then you could run it full throttle at full speed too.
Yeah.
And even use the 64 by 32 mode if
Right.
you wanted to make a bigger game. Good point. I never thought that.
Okay.
And then his second one here was going into differences between the 6847 VDG, which is the old one from the CoCo 1, and the earlier CoCo 2s, and the T1, which is on the CoCo 2Bs and emulated on the CoCo 3 on the Gimme chip. So he goes through running an XOR. Now this, basically, there's a few features on there he didn't know about. I did, but basically there's some bit settings that are new. The original VDG, basically the only bit setting you can do here is have graphics mode on or off, whether you're on graphics or text. And then the color set, you could have the green with the dark green, or you could have the dark red with the sort of orangish red. And then T1 added like full border, inverse video, true lowercase, etc. And a slightly different character set, which he goes through on here. But one thing he noticed that he was running this on XOR, and when he did the inversed character set for the color set 1, which is supposed to be the dark red, he was getting this weird purple. And that turned out to be a bug in XOR, because XOR was basically basing it on what the CoCo 3, that phase shift when you hold down F1 and reset, and you get that weird purple text screen.
Yeah, yeah.
He basically had duplicated that as if that's what the T1 did, which is not. Actually, it had its unique. The other thing he found in here is that the T1 VDG loses one of the colors you get on the original T1, because the original T1, a CLS 8, the standard orange, and then you have this yellowish orange and the dark red in the inverse video alternate color set text mode.
Right.
On the T1 VDG, that extra yellowish orange is gone, replaced by the standard orange. You actually lose one of the colors we had. It becomes a duplicate, so you can.
I always called that one peach. It was kind of peachy, but yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I've seen like some semi-graphics demos that actually use the old VDG to do
like
moving
Simon.
flames and
Simon
stuff.
has the flame thing. Yeah.
And it doesn't look as good on the
display.
T1 because that one color is missing, and it just becomes a standard orange. So that's one disappointment. But he goes in quite a bit of detail what the bit settings are, how to do it. He has basic code and show you how to use them yourself. And then he mentioned the fact that the XOR had a bit of a bug on the color phase shift, which I think 1.02 fixed. So anyway, it's a nice video. It's 11 minutes long. I'm not going to play it here, obviously, but go check it out.
Thank you, Sixie.
Next up, since Roger isn't going to be able to come on, and I know Bill Nobel, you've been working with Roger a little bit on this. So do you want to explain what Project 256 is? And then if you have a particular picture you want me to bring up, or maybe I'll just go through them while you're talking.
Well, since you actually have the availability for it, I don't need to bring up the pictures, but well, as many of you know, I've been working with Roger for a few years on the actual Matchbox or Real CoCo FBDA, but he has been actually on it for years on whether to actually prove if the 256 color mode exists in the CoCo 3 production units. So he actually has put up a Patreon page to actually get the funding available to actually be able to decap the 86 and the 87 gimme chips and reverse engineer them. And
I'll just mention for people watching, this is the original prototype before the gimme was created, but basically it's a gimme made of a bunch of chips. So this is the one that Microware had 2 of to initially start doing the CoCo 3 conversion. So almost all three-quarters of the chips on this board got compressed into this single gimme chip.
Yes. And what he's actually done so far is he's actually got the Patreon site up, and he's actually had about 50 supporters over the last little bit to actually get the funding. And Eric Gaverluck was kind enough to actually donate 2 gimme chips, the 86 and the 87, to actual Roger to actually get decapped.
Yeah,
which
those chips will be destroyed in this process, so they're gone.
They will be destroyed. You will not be able to use them again. So what he's done, actually, he's mailed them off so far, and he's actually got them back for the first imaging, and I actually put it up last night on Facebook, the actual first images that he actually provided of the internals die casts of the actual gimme chips for both the 86 and 87 gimme. And there's a few little secrets that we never knew about.
Like code names.
Code names for the actual 2 gimme chips, one being Tequila, which is the 87, and Tortilla, which is the 87 gimme.
Yeah. So this shot we're looking at right now is actually one of these, micro photography things of inside the gimme chip itself, and you can actually see etched into it is the 2 people that helped design the chip. So Jim Prickett is the one that worked at Tandy. Of course, we discussed that when we had Mark Siegel on, because he was one of the guys that actually kind of designed the whole gimme chip to begin with. And then we've also got, John Prickett. And then we have Jim Brewster. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but he was the engineer that worked at VLSI, the company that actually manufactured the gimme chip. So they're kind of like the co-parents of the gimme chip itself.
Yes.
And then here's where you actually get to see the code name of each version of the gimme chip actually is etched onto the gimme chip itself. So the Tequila one here, this is the 1986 gimme. And then Tortilla is the actual 1987 gimme, and you can actually see the old VLSI logo here too. That's kind of etched onto it too. So this is like microscopic, with the human hair type stuff. And now they're going into actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but it sounds like Roger is getting them to actually get it to the point where they can reverse engineer the entire wiring of the original gimme internal, so we could actually duplicate it verbatim. And they can also figure out, is there room for a 256 color DAC or some of these other things that are supposed to be?
Well, it's more to actually prove that the actual DAC exists in the gimme chip as it is. Because with his experience doing the gimme chip on the FPGA, he actually has been able to actually determine what kind of memory array and what kind of memory system would be required in the gimme chip itself to actually produce that. So what he wants to actually do is look at the actual palette register system within the CoCo gimme itself to actually prove, does it exist or doesn't it?
Yeah, and we know from our interview with Mark that early prototypes and the design spec sheet we see from Tandy, like that definitely was planned to have the extra palettes, but didn't make it to the production gimmies. Now, it also sounds like, from what I was reading Roger's Patreon page, is that he's going to try to get a couple of the original prototypes of the 1986 gimme that were sent to developers in the early 86 before it got released. These are the ones Brother Jeremy used to bring to some of the CoCo Fests, and they had these. Actually, one of them I think had Tequila written on it or something, and people didn't know what the heck that meant. Somebody put a little printed label out. It's the code name. But these
Yes.
would have been out months before the production Gimme 1986. So was there any differences between that and the production run too? Like, we don't know.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a really dumb question, since I don't, since we already have the Gimme X and we have the Gimme emulated and software emulators and hardware emulators, what additional knowledge is going to be gained that is not already known by the fact that there is an FPGA Gimme already out there? And I'm not trying to be a naysayer. I completely don't understand, is why I'm asking.
It's more to actually prove the fact that whether the actual production CoCos can actually do that 256 color mode.
Yeah.
If they find the circuitries in there, they can probably figure out how to activate it. And then,
Right. So the things we have now are based on what the Gimme is supposed to do, but what does it actually do?
Yeah. And it's not really just the fact of the 256 color mode. It's more along the lines, like in my last discussions with Roger, is there anything else? Is there something?
Is there something it can do that we don't know it can do?
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, just pardon my ignorance, but the fact that it's been quote unquote hardware emulated and it's supposedly accurate, we
don't know if it is. That's the point. People have guessed what they think the Gimme should do by hammering it with certain register values, etc.
Okay, so
and that's what we've based it on. We have no hardware thing saying, if you set this line to this and do this at this timing,
so
it'll
basically,
do this.
like the Gimme and MAME and the Gimme and FPGAs might not be 100% accurate, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yes.
So we don't even know what we don't know at this point, then.
Exactly. This should help clear that up once and for all.
Okay.
And this is something that has been talked about getting done for 2 decades.
So I
now.
mean, so if part of the goal is to be able to make reproduction Gimmes, we kind of have that with the Gimme X, though, but it may or may not be 100% hardware accurate. If this information is then discovered, would this be released to the public or would this be private? Because all Roger's projects are kind of behind a paywall, right? So if, let's say, he discovers the secret of the universe, they're funded by what now?
They actually are behind that wall to actually fund the project. But once the project is actually available, then he actually wants to make it available to others.
Okay.
Especially in like the FPGA projects he has going on with the Mister and a few others to actually make it more hardware accurate.
Yeah, and we've hit some of these hardware inaccuracies before. Like when we made Photon our Game On Challenge, it didn't work properly on anything but real hardware. MAME didn't run it properly because of a timing trick that Jeff Steidel had done. And that particular case wasn't a Gimme related; it was a PIA related thing. But that shows that these things are not perfect because nobody had hit that before, and you could not. The game was unplayable until it was patched to get around it.
It's definitely interesting. It's this. I mean, this is like forensics and anthropology all in one. You know what I mean? When you think about it, it's like when you find an ancient mummified, caveman or something. You want to look into the DNA of how things used to be. It's kind of cool that we can do that.
Yeah. And on the off chance that there is some hidden stuff on the Gimme that actually does work for, if they can trace the wiring and stuff to figure out how to enable it, you might get some extra features on existing CoCo 3s you never knew you had.
Just by knowing how to talk to the chip.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be fun? They have an entire feature, but they were like 12 gates short.
So I guess my concern would be is if secrets are discovered, are they only going to be made available to the people who are part of the funding project, or will all the information be released to the general population so MAME can get updated, Gimme X can get updated, as long as this has not become kind of semi-private information?
No.
Yeah.
It won't be. Once it actually is determined, it will be actually made public.
No, that's good then. That's really good.
Yeah. I imagine this is not a cheap project to pay somebody to do this.
Right.
This
Yeah,
level
that's going to be my next thought too, because you see it in the envelope. Right.
Rogers had this, and Alan Huffman and Roger, and Eric.
I think Mark Marlette had some prototype boards at some point.
Yeah,
and
we've all, offline discussed all of this and determined, well, what would it take?
So who does he send it to? Who's the organizations that do this?
He never actually mentioned to me the organization that's doing it.
I think Alan Huffman mentioned it on.
It's neat. It's super cool.
Did he mention it here? Because I think Alan Huffman actually found the company that's doing it.
Yeah, he doesn't actually post it in the actual blog itself.
Okay.
But we're basically now at the point of December 4th here, removal of the metal vias and the.
Yeah, this is where we're at right now. This
part. This is where the actual reverse engineering starts to take
now,
place.
who's doing that reverse? Is Roger going to be doing some?
Roger's going to be doing that himself.
The
and
people who are taking the pictures aren't going to be doing any of that?
No. Okay. Roger is actually knows enough about the gimme to actually be able to actually reverse engineer the circuitry.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Well, you would think he does. He's been doing FPGA implementations of it for a while now. So, yeah. No, that's cool.
To tell you the truth, I actually prefer Roger's gimme over Gary's and Ed's gimme.
Okay.
To tell you the truth, because of what he's been able to add to the gimme without interfering with anything else.
Okay.
Hey, over in chat, Mark Siegel makes a note. The 256 mode was not a palette mode; it was a direct mode. I'm assuming.
Yeah. Which is what Roger believes as well, because in his version of the gimme for the Matchbox and the real CoCo and the Mister and all that is actually individual palette registers for each of the 512 or 512 colors.
Yeah, a lot of this is over my head, but it's neat. It's one of those things where, yeah, you're sacrificing chips that are in short supply, but the long-term greater good is this greater understanding of being able to reproduce accurate new stock, right? Which is a good goal.
It'll also be interesting to find out like what exactly was changed between the 86 and 87 game, and we know was to fix a couple of bugs, but maybe we can figure out exactly what went wrong the first time and how did that fix.
Roger's already noticed on the die itself between 86 and 87, the 86 die is a lot narrower and taller versus more square of the actual die itself.
So there might have been some latency issues maybe going from the long side of the die?
Not only, I'm looking at the latency problems and also maybe even redesign of some of the internals.
Anyway, this is one that you can actually, because the cost of actually getting these chips torn apart, microphotography done to them, etc., and you need professionals to strip the layers off to get to the wiring, etc. This is not something you just do as a hobbyist. That's what the fundraising of the Patreon for. I know Alan's already kicked in some money for it because everybody wants to know exactly.
Oh, I'm kicking in money for it.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's super cool.
So I did want to bring this up, and one, it's a fascinating topic to begin with, but also just to help Roger because this is not cheap.
No,
and he's doing some archival stuff here that people have been promising to do this for 20 years and nothing's happened. He's actually doing it, so I think he deserves.
That's true.
Both kudos and some support.
Yeah. And again, I'm not trying to poo-poo on Roger and what he does. He does great work. I don't understand, and so I'm trying to understand it, and I think I understand a little bit. And then, that is kind of cool.
Now, if you kick into this you also get the new Mister Core, right?
You get the Mister Core, you get the Matchbox Core, you get everything.
Oh wow!
Right,
all his projects.
That's pretty good. Pretty good value for money. Considering all those things.
Like especially NetMate. NetMate is a great program for RS-DOS. It's one of the best terminal.
Yeah, Rondo likes it a lot.
Yeah. And then his Phoenix IDE is also there. So
wow, we got a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's I think the proper way. If you're gonna have a constant running patron, you have to keep having stuff worthwhile to do it with, or new stuff coming out, and that's one thing Roger has been doing, because you get updates, you get totally new projects like this that are all enveloped into the one thing, as opposed to here's a separate Patreon, here's a separate Patreon. Yeah, they don't keep milking you like Nick Marentes does selling games every time.
And actually, I don't even notice if you notice it, Kurt, but actually Nick Marentes' site for the 256 color.
Yeah, he references that about
directly.
search for the 256 color mode. Yeah,
it's
being referenced
directly.
I saw that.
Right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to click on it, but we give enough, support to Nick.
He's got enough Lamborghinis.
Well,
I didn't want to beat a dead horse here. So.
Isn't the United States Postal Service blocking all traffic to Australia at this time anyways? Because I don't think the link would actually go through right now. So,
Right.
no, that's so. Again, I'm an idiot when it comes to this stuff. I'm not playing dumb. I just am. But what have we not learned yet, and what's yet to learn? I mean, is there like certain layers of the board they have to slice through that they haven't gotten to yet, or?
Yes.
Yeah?
It's
Okay.
actually like
Yeah,
right
it kind of
now,
describes the next stage right here, like Bill mentioned it earlier here. This is the next part that's going to happen. Removal of the metal and the vias from the 1987 die using hydrofluoric acid. More photos taken. We haven't got to that stage yet.
And so again, that's that third party. So these are now in the hands of some type of laboratory. It's in a white room somewhere, and the team from Area 51 is working on this, right? So they're peeling back these layers, and then they're going to send these kind of slices, like these MRI slices of it, to Roger as they keep getting deeper down through the deck.
Yeah, it's basically going through a whole X-ray process. Like it's going to go through X-ray fluorescence to find all the individual elements involved.
Wow, that's. I mean, technologically, that's amazing, right?
Yeah.
And just
here's some of the special notes that he's got already there. If you, I don't know, is that readable for you guys, or should I just read it out loud for our audio listeners?
MMU and color palette, both using 16 by 16-bit registers, might share mirroring register groups, banks sitting one above the other in the same block next to the CPU data pins. What does that mean?
Basically, it's the actual set of memory inside the gimme that you can't access that actually holds all the information for the palette colors themselves.
Okay. And the MMU bank settings for your task registers and stuff too. Yeah. Okay. Then there are two ROM banks, apparently each with their own support circuitry. The support circuits are partially connected. The lower ROM bank is a tad smaller than the upper, 4 to 6 or 2/3. Bill, do you know any details on that one? Because I don't.
I don't know any details on that one, but basically what I've gathered out of that statement is that it's actually got internal microcode to actually separate between the MMU and the palette registers. And one of them is bigger than the other. And he's already noticed that. What's that register difference? Why is that there?
Okay. Next one is on the 1987 die, this the second version of it. The logic area is arranged in columns. On the 1986 die, the logic area is arranged in rows. Now, I do remember reading there were some latency issues with stuff like hardware horizontal scrolling and stuff that it wasn't accessing fast enough, and that was causing crashes. I don't know if that's related. That to rearrange it so that the latency went down, like you mentioned, Bill. The going from rectangular chip die to a square one on the internal.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's actually I was just going to mention that was part of the reason why they changed the actual shape of the die, is in my mind anyway.
Yeah, and that's the last comment he's made for the interesting teasers. It's the 1987 die is square, the 1986 die is notably more narrow. I haven't checked yet to see if the exact area is exactly the same between the two, but that might be once again related. If they was trying to do a horizontal scroll, jumping across the chip, and it was long and short width-wise, then it might take too long to get there, and that's why it was screwing up, because the timing would go a little bit off. And maybe that was part of why they actually issued the 1987 gimme in the first place. I don't know if Mark has any details on that in the chat there, but
now we know that Mark really can't say a few things that he does know, but
well, that I mean, this might have been stuff between VLSI and Prickett too.
Exactly.
Things
yeah.
too, so. Sorry, you were saying, Rick?
Oh, I was just thinking nowadays it's kind of funny because this is all about having dynamic RAM, and you have to strobe everything fast enough. And now we have static RAM, and who cares?
Yeah. Well, we had static RAM back then. It was just prohibitively
expensive. It cost $1 billion a byte. Yeah.
Yeah, just very expensive.
Tim Gilberts is asking, does anyone know if VLSI still has the design docs in a basement somewhere? We recently reverse engineered the Scrumpy, and 2 weeks after we finished, an owner sent us the scan of the printed circuit board.
Somebody was talking about that on the Facebook post about it. I think they said VLSI is still around, but it's owned by another company or changed names or something.
It's changed names as far as I know.
But I don't know if they still have like stuff this old.
VLSI is the name of the company, but didn't that stand for Very Large Scale Integration? Or is that
yes,
VLSI.
VSI.
Yeah, that's a technology. It has to do with how many gates per square centimeter, whatever there's.
Yeah.
But the VLSI company, is that name based on that same acronym, or is that just a coincidence?
Yes.
That it is.
No,
okay.
specifically. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then
Exile in Paradise mentions another thing being able to is to find the font bitmaps, because a lot of us have said, why don't we make a better font, or why did they only put 128 characters instead of a whole 256, and etc. So there's other things you can maybe tease out of it.
How do we see that? How do they see the font bitmaps if it's like data inside a chip somewhere?
Well, you wouldn't be able to see it or change it, because that would be internal ROM in the chip itself.
Yeah.
But to actually be able to see it, and I don't know if it would even be possible to actually replace it.
Right. But it's interesting to point out we were actually making fonts for CRT monitors at the time, and now we're making fonts for LCD monitors, which are ultra precise. So you might not even, there's cross purposes there.
Yeah.
The font that looks good on a CM8 doesn't look good on a CRT.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you got exact pixel ratios, then it's not too bad. But if you have to
fuzzify
it to get it to fit,
they actually made the font distorted so a CRT would make it good.
Compensate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a little bit of bleed and that kind of stuff they had to build in.
That's actually one of the things that Roger has on the Matchbox is there is one bit in one of the gimme registers that you can actually flip, and it'll switch between a CRT mode and an actual monitor mode of the actual fonts themselves.
Interesting.
It says in that documentation that there's 2 ROM banks. Maybe the character ROMs, one for CoCo 3 and one for VDG.
Simulating the VDG, that's possible.
That's very highly possible, yes.
So, but how can you dump those ROMs when you're slicing it and X-raying it? Are you able to dump the ROMs or see the binary data of it?
Even if you, well, you can probably see the binary data, but you can't change them.
Yeah, you can't change it, but you can see it.
You can see it. So you would be able to see the bits that make up the bitmap of the fonts by going through that.
But you can see that anyway.
You can. See, that's the stuff I don't understand. Yeah, like I don't know how to see bits by looking at a chip,
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, we'll be able to find, like, if there's any quirks that none of the emulators are currently covering. Like there's that supposed 210 mode that, doesn't work properly, etc. That you maybe can actually, get everything running consistently so that you won't have breaks between code with weird effects running on a real CoCo 3 with a real gimme, and then running it on emulator doesn't quite work right, or running an FPGA doesn't quite work right. So this will be a way to clean that all up.
And to work out if something
Not only that though, Nick, too, he's also going after the bug that you discovered in the 86 gimme. And why is that ghosting happen?
Yeah, that's right. There's weird
Actually, that hasn't been talked about publicly, I don't believe. So Nick, since you're the one who discovered it, you might as well explain that little quirk you found.
Well, we don't know exactly what it is, but what it's doing is under certain modes, I think it was the
320
by 200 by 2 color mode.
Yeah.
There's, when writing data to the video display, there's certain parts of the screen whereby the data is written twice simultaneously in 2 different parts of the screen. Although when I've looked at it, it hasn't actually written that data to 2 different locations, but the video chip is throwing out 2
like a mirror of it somewhere.
Yeah, it's like a mirror, but on the video display and not within RAM. It's really a bit weird. So could that be something about this two-plane graphics that Mark was talking about. I don't know.
Well, that, and
You
I've also
tapped into
mentioned
the
to Roger.
ethereal plane, apparently, Nick.
Yeah,
so.
Wow.
I also mentioned to Roger too that it might be actually related to why the 86 was replaced over the 87. It is not only for the timing issue, but for that fact alone as well.
Like a memory RAM
Could be
glitch or
because
something.
it only does that on the 86, not on the 87.
Yeah, I remember when you first showed it to me because you usually did a simple basic program. You L poked in a loop, and you were poking on the screen, and you're watching the little bytes come across, and then all of a sudden you start seeing it duplicate. So it's poking.
Yeah.
Every single poke was displaying twice, and the second one shifted a bit to the right and down about 8K or 4K, whatever we figured it out to be, and then you see it poking twice. All of a sudden, it was going, "What the hell?"
Yeah, it was 256 bytes, if I remember right, Nick.
Yeah, 256 bytes. And it had another weird thing in that if you start writing or doing those pokes, the first 8K is normal. When you get to the second 8K, that's when the duplication happens. So I thought, okay, well, let's start the pokes or shift the display to start 8K down, so that way you should get that mirroring happening pretty well on the first block. It doesn't. It was just like before. The first 8K was normal.
So it's like an 8K offset from wherever you start.
Yeah. So that got me curious, and then I checked to see what is it actually writing to RAM, and I saw it wasn't actually writing that second byte. It was actually just displaying it in two locations.
So
exactly
is that like
the same.
an MMU maybe?
I don't know. But I thought
it might be a cross between the MMU and the video, because they are actually two separate RAM areas.
Yeah, that's right. Because you can have the gimme displaying a 32K graphics screen from one part of RAM, while the 6809 is seeing completely different ones because of the MMU mapping and stuff. So it's a bit separate. And then the video is a little bit different too, because it has to be contiguous blocks, probably due to timing.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you could have been flipping blocks.
Curtis, can you post a link to this in the YouTube chat? Terry Steggy was saying he couldn't do it. And if anybody's watching the YouTube feed, if you can maybe turn Terry into a moderator. If you want to do a single post in line there, Terry.
Like to the actual Patreon meeting?
No. Well, was that what you wanted, Terry? To post this site here that has the project?
That's what I was trying to do. It just wouldn't let me do it.
Yeah, if you can post this link in the live chat, or we could post it into the. Okay, there we go. L. Curtis Boyle just did it. He did it through. Whatchamacallit, Twitch. Okay, so there's the links. Patreon.com/post/project-256-587-9er29er12. Over. I don't understand hardware to this level, to this kind of submolecular level. But I think the whole just idea of even getting these really cool high-res, like electron microscope looking pictures of inside of a chip is just cool in itself, even,
Yeah. And also, we finally found the code names, which had never been publicly released. Well, those prototype ones did have the first code name for the original 86 gimme, but we never knew the name of the second one from 87.
Yeah. Like even Boise or Bill Longmire, none of them knew. I don't even think Mark knew.
That's cool.
Yeah. So we're getting a bit of hit, like you said, Stevie. It's historical archive. It's just kind of the cool insider stuff, like what the code names were for the various chips. And then now I'm figuring the hardware differences between the two versions. And when they get to the point of doing one of these prototypes, like the Brother Jeremy ones from early 86, before they went into mass production, were there changes between those and the original 86 as well?
Yeah.
And we don't know that at this point either. So
it's mesmerizing staring at that.
What kind of?
It almost looks like a video game battlefield, like you're playing Xevious right now or something. I can just fly over the stuff and drop bombs on it.
So what was that other comment?
What kind of chip you got in there? A tortilla?
I got the tortilla.
I got
with
the
side
tequila.
of tequila.
Yeah, the tequila was a little screwed up, so that's the tortillas. Okay.
I like salsa with my chips, but that's just me. Tortilla.
So anyway, I'm going to mention that Frank just texted me. He said he's ready to join. So I just sent him the Zoom link. I don't know if he's on yet. I haven't had a chance to take a look through here. But once he comes in, because I know he's kind of pressed a little bit for time because he's actually at a live show.
I'm here.
Oh, there we are. So let me stop.
How are you guys?
Good. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Frank, how you doing,
live
man?
from the World of Commodore here in Mississauga, in Toronto, just outside of Toronto. All right. I'm not sure if Boat is still on.
I'm right here, man.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
it's
miss this for the world.
It's pronounced Mississauga, by the way.
Not Mississauga?
It's not Mississauga, no.
I thought he was trying to say it through a mouthful of maple syrup when he said that. I wasn't sure.
Hence, but we've got actually a fantastic turnout here. So.
Oh man,
you guys can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say hi to Henry Reitfeld and a few of the other CoCo people there too.
Yeah, I just sold them. I'm not going to tell you that I sold them a Kung Fu Flash for a Commodore.
Oh, we know he's
64.
cross-platform.
Yeah, all right.
Hey,
listen,
what about
thanks
the
for making
1581s?
You know what? Funny you might mention that. Give me that shell. We've got 40. It'll be 80 of the last 1581 shells that we will be selling kits for. To you can recreate a 1581 for all the Commodore fans who are on CoCoTALK right now.
Ooh.
But we got the shells for them.
Nice.
Thanks for making some time for us, guys. So, Monday morning, our CoCo line of products and services will finally be launching. It has been a long time coming. We've had a lot of people ask us about. We've got the SDCs ready to go. We've got cap kits, repairs, upgrades, whatever people want. It will finally all be live on Monday.
I know for some of our Canadian listeners out there that aren't good at soldering, like say me, and for the ones that don't have a personal bill that lives nearby to do it for them, that since you're based in Canada, this is a nice easy way not having to deal with shipping over borders and customs and all that kind of stuff. You can actually send in to get upgrades done or get a 609 put in or whatever else. So.
Absolutely, whatever needs. We'll even.
Frank, let me ask you a question. Has anybody ever sent you a machine that you just threw up your hands and you said, "I can't help you"?
Yes, I've had. Let's see, I've had a 4000 and a 2000. The Varda battery leaked for the 2000. I think probably 15 years, and it's the only time I've actually seen a physical hole in a PCB.
How much you can do with a hole in the PCB? I understand.
Well, the 2000s, I mean, you could bodge wire it. At that point, probably not a good idea, but you could. But the 4000, I've also had a 4000 that was just way too damaged. I mean, that's usually when it comes to repairs, it's physical damage to the PCB that kind of ends it. Custom chips go, passives go, they can always be replaced. But once you kind of, once the actual physical board is damaged beyond repair, it's just not working.
Yeah, but by and large, the great majority of the machines that you're sent, no matter what the condition, no matter you're able to turn around and deliver back to the customer with with satisfactory results.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think so. I haven't had anyone complain yet, but I mean, our customer base can speak for themselves.
Yeah, and I've noticed on Facebook recently, we've had a few people, and even in Discord for that matter, that mentioned like they've gotten a CoCo, but it's a bit damaged, and they don't have the wherewithal to actually fix it themselves. And that's a service you do offer. And you're actually you had a CoCo way back in the day too, so this isn't just totally
First computer I ever owned. First computer was a CoCo 2 I ever owned as a kid, and then quickly moved to a 64 4 months later. And the choices my father said to me as a kid: "You want the 64? We got to sell the CoCo." So. But thankfully, I've got 1, 2, and 3 back in my possession, which has made development work a lot easier. So yeah, I mean, it's been a long time coming. The chip shortage hasn't helped. I know I was telling Curtis a bit about this a couple days ago. It's killing us, especially with the SDC that uses, primarily PLCC chips, which, in today's day and age is mostly in the hobby market, right? So, lines are being retooled for the SMD version. So trying to get anything is difficult, but we managed to secure enough stock to do what we need to do, but it's finally here.
Do you have any plans, Frank, to expand your CoCo offerings, maybe develop your own joystick port selector or something like that, where you have a switch, things like that?
Yeah, I'd like to get the RTC finished because that's been kind of off and on my workbench for the past 3.5 months to finally finish, to get that done and over with, and then look at kind of what's out there and what gaps need to be filled and what holes need to be filled, and see if we can fill them for people.
Yeah, like the CoCoSDC is one that, Ed is sold out constantly, especially with the chip shortage. I mean, he's got some in stock right now, but there's been quite a few times on Facebook people said, I go there's nothing in stock. So having a second source again, since Boys and Tech isn't doing it anymore, and then Mark I think he's going to be taking over Boys and Tech stuff, but that still hasn't quite happened yet. And besides, the SEC is something that both companies had sold out all the time. So having a third source definitely would be helpful. And also a source that, is a bit, easier to get in Canada. Maybe even you would do a lot of overseas stuff to Europe. So you're already set up to ship there, fairly easily, where it may not be so easy for some other people.
Yeah, I mean, I brought one of them with me just to kind of demo here at the World of Commodore, funny enough. And I've had at least 5 or 6 people want to buy it from me already. So I was like, I can't give it to you. It's the only one I brought. So, and I need it. So, but Monday morning you can buy them. Monday morning you can buy them.
Retro.
Cool. And the RTC, I'm definitely looking forward to, as you well know.
And what's the was it retrorewind.ca? Is that the website?
That's right.
retrorewind.ca. .ca.
That's in Canada.
That is.
Is it
just
.ca?
Outside, it's .ca, yeah, just outside the great city of Mississauga.
Yes, it is .ca.
So that's spelled
What was your travel time
CEH.
at this event, Frank? How long did it take to get from Retro Rewind headquarters to Mississauga?
Oh, you almost had it there. Almost. You almost got it right. On a good day, it takes, so we set up late last night, and a good day takes, I don't know, maybe 16, 17 minutes, but there's a major accident that closed the highway like 1.5 kilometers before the exit that had me sitting, and most of the event organizers sitting for well over an hour at a standstill until we got here. So we set up last night. We were out of here 10 o'clock or something like that. No, 9 o'clock. We were done about 9 o'clock last night, and then back here all day because it's a long day here. With shows running from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Nice.
So definitely a lot of CoCo fans at the World of Commodore. I'm not gonna lie.
Nice.
Good. Glad to hear it.
So,
The infiltration has begun.
that's all right. You know what? At the end of the day, it's one big family. Let's be honest.
Let's be honest.
The whole
we're taking
schoolyard
over.
holy wars are long gone.
Yeah. Oh no, it's all 8 bits, against the world type thing. So 8 and 16, I guess I should say.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna pop off. I just wanted to kind of make that quick announcement, and maybe next week, if you guys want, I can come back on and answer
absolutely,
a bit more.
Yeah, kind of show off some of your other things, because you got a couple CoCo products started. You got the SDC. You've also got, like you said, you got the cap kits. You can kind of show what all's involved with that and what all comes with it.
Absolutely, and it'll be live on the site by then. So,
do you also have
we can
lower
kinda go
kits,
through
or is it only all cap kits?
I'll tell you one thing: the CoCo uses some interesting caps. That's all I gotta say. Some interesting values in there. Not quite sure the electrical theory behind using that specific cap, but I'll
the theory was it was probably dirt cheap.
Yeah, that's pretty well Radio Shack's mantra.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Build your discrete logic around the cheapest passives you can get.
Is this cheaper than dirt? Put it in.
Yeah. Problem is finding some of them nowadays, but we've managed to. So.
Okay, well, thanks for stopping by.
Enjoy, guys.
Awesome. Breaking news.
Frank.
Breaking news. Cool.
And just because that was actually part of the news anyway, I might as well share it now.
Well, before you do that, real quick, because I think Bill said that Roger Taylor is going to watch this later, and Mark Siegel had mentioned if Roger has any questions, he's willing to talk with him. So maybe they need to do some offline discussions. Mark Siegel says he will make himself available to Roger, so make sure Roger hears that. And
he will.
Yeah, Mark Siegel is on Facebook. So
I've already talked to Roger about getting in contact with Mark as it is already. So
okay, great. Be a great resource.
Hey Stevie, has Roger ever been on CoCoTALK before?
No, and he just mentioned that he works Saturdays. So for him to be on the show during a Saturday,
that's his regular schedule.
Yeah, there was a time when he was helping us multi-stream for a while. We were also restreaming to Roku, and
he still is actually.
We are restreaming to Roku.
It is still restreaming to Roku yet.
Okay. All right. Anyways, so
hello, Roku youth listeners.
But yeah, hey, all there in Roku land. But at that time when we were doing whatever method that needed to be done, him and I had to coordinate, and he had to have things set up at a precise time, and it was this whole process to make it happen at exactly the right time. And at that point, I'm like, man, this is really difficult. I don't think we need to keep doing this. But at that time when we were doing that, we were like messaging back and forth because he was working. Is he a UPS? He works.
Yeah, he works for
company.
UPS.
Right,
yeah.
and so he works on Saturday, and so it's just hard for him to be on the show. But
right.
But I mean, if he ever wanted to do anything and do a record an interview or Q&A, we could work around his schedule for sure.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Interesting guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He knows.
No, he's a fascinating guy. He's into hardware. He's into software. Like he wrote some games back for the CoCo 3 back in the day, like Spider Eye, Pelly Eddie, and a few others, Marion the Bumblebees, etc. So he's sort of the projector, which is a picture viewer that uses Atari ST pics, Amiga pictures, GIFs, all kinds of stuff. He's a very talented software and hardware person.
Yeah, when Roger and I get to talking on chat, we talk for hours. It's not minutes or 15 minutes here and there. It's hours.
Yeah, neat stuff. And again, I'll just netmate because I know Ron Delvaux is a huge fan of netmate. So Ron, and probably next to WeFax is one of his favorite things. So Ron's always talking about that netmate program, which is kind of like Sockmaster's Twilight term, where it does all the ANSI graphics, 80 columns, and better colors and everything else. And
except his is more full featured than Twilight Terminal by Sock. Like Sock basically got it working, and that's it. You can do an ASCII capture. Right. Roger's got like download protocols and a bunch of other things, so it's a more advanced, more complete package.
Yeah, he's got a long history, and he used to do hardware for the CoCo stuff back in the days. He had storage solutions and network solutions.
The biggest one was NetMate, where it actually had the same networking as DriveWire, but only different.
Okay.
But
also, he does the CoCo 3 core if you're part of the Patreon for the Mister, which I think, John, have you got that one? I know Aaron doesn't.
I paid for the Roger Taylor CoCo 3 core because it's the only game in town. I mean, you've got to if you want to run CoCo 3 on the Mister. The compatibility isn't 100% there, but I'm glad to be able to run Rampage, I guess.
Oh, and there's changes coming there too, John. You'll be fascinated with what's coming.
Okay, I can't wait.
That sounds like some insider knowledge there, Bill.
Yeah, probably those hours-long conversations.
Should we be buying stock at this point?
Well, all I gotta say, guys, is contribute to his site. It is awesome.
Yeah,
and he's doing so much on so many fronts that it's
cool.
It's well worth keeping.
Definitely. Cool. Well, thanks. You're gonna hang out for a little while, Bill, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we hardly ever get you on, but we're glad that you're here. Curtis's partner in crime. And good stuff. All right, so you got more news to cover, Mr. Boyle?
Yeah, well, first thing I'll do is the official tweet from Frank here, so you can kind of see a nice clean picture. That's the CoCoSDC, his version with his own custom-made case, because he's got the 3D printers there. He's also got the bake ovens and everything else, so that you can crank these out. But there you go. That's the first official CoCo product from Retro Rewind, and now he's also got the cap. He also has some generic stuff for hardware tinkerers. It doesn't matter what kind of machine you're running, like tools and stuff like that. You can also get. But as he's mentioned, he's planning on the real-time clock, and he's also looking at some other things. He doesn't want to step anybody else's toes and become a direct rival for no reason when the market's pretty small. He wants to supplement stuff that is either missing or is in demand, but is never available type thing, which is why the SDC was one. Because Ed sells out of those every time he does a batch, and then you wait a month or 2 or 3 months until the next round comes up. So this will help alleviate that as well. And he has got a full permission from Darren Atkinson for producing this too. That was done directly through Darren. So
right.
Anyway, we'll see if we can get him on next week to get into more details about some of the other products that he's got currently out and other stuff that he's planning. And if any of you are interested in cross-platform stuff, of course, he makes stuff for the Amiga. He makes
kind of like Jim
Commodore,
Brain. Jim Brain makes stuff for Commodore and TI and CoCo.
Yeah.
So he's like he's the Canadian version of Jim Brain.
Yeah, except he's better looking.
Wow. All right. Shots fired.
I always said that because I know Jim's in the chat.
Listen, he's the president of Glenside, and if there's another Canadian, border restriction for certain members from CoCoFest next year, listen, I'm just saying,
I think he's the one who arranged this last one here. So,
cool stuff. All right, so we're closing tabs here. Closing tabs.
Okay, that one we did already.
And we saw that. That is neat. Yeah, I know enough to be dangerous in that, but that's cool. Okay, now in the CoCopedia.
Yeah, so this is Alan Huffman had mentioned that he's actually starting to post some of the stuff that he learns from Roger as we go through this process. So he's already put in stuff here about the code names, for example, that were not known before. I think we did know about tequila because it was written on one of the pre-production chips that Brother Jeremy used to bring on the pre-production Cocos, but nobody, as far as I know, had publicly released that Tortillo was the name of the 87 given code name. So he's actually got a couple of the scans there, so if you want to check them out there, you can also view them there as well. And he'll keep going with this as the project.
Oh yeah, Alan is quite involved in this project as well. Oh.
Yeah, Alan had recovered one of those prototype motherboards.
Yeah.
I remember him putting it in his trunk at the end of one of the CoCo Fest a couple of years ago. So
two actually.
Okay.
Yeah, one was dead already, I think, because there was a mention in the CoCo history book by Boise and Bill that I think one of the three main guys who were involved with the CoCo 3 stuff at Microware had burned one of the boards out, cross wires or whatever, because it was just a raw board, sitting there, technically there was no case or anything, and shorted it out. So one was non-functional and one was functional at the end of the day there. So. All right, so next up after that, let me scroll up. I'm not sure to pronounce his last name here. Is that Udut? Udu? Not sure.
I can go with Udu.
Okay. I'll just say Ken. So Ken put this up here. He said this is ridiculously satisfying, and he's got this one of the most complex ways of ever trying to log into anything I've ever seen. I'll just read verbatim for the audio listeners here exactly what he describes it as, and he's got this 15 pane of various parts running on PCs and CoCo emulators and stuff here, basically to log into a web page from the CoCo in the most convoluted method I've ever seen. So from Wikipedia on Opera through a readability CLI running on Node.js, which runs a Firefox reader mode but without Firefox, push through the links text browser to strip the HTML and make it 40 characters across and remove the links, converting the new lines from Unix to DOS endings into a virtual COM4 port, which then goes to a virtual null modem cable to a virtual COM3, which is read by RealTerm, which starts a telnet server that a DriveWire server is connected to, converting modem codes into telnet, which pushes the text to VCC, a Tandy CoCo emulator running a Becker port, into a terminal program which uses graphics mode to simulate a 51 by 24 that should be screen that receives the text via localhost telnet. That's what this video is showing.
Okay. Makes complete sense. This is like something like David Ladd would do.
Yeah. Just that easy.
It's the exact
for EOU.
Yeah.
It's the exact opposite of my presentation later.
How to make things simple in reverse. Look at that. So yeah, it's extrapolating stuff and then it's showing up on the CoCo as it's being extrapolated. That is actually kind of neat.
50 easy steps.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it is cool that he got it working. I mean, he just
this is like one of those things. Is it possible? And if it is possible, how complicated can I make the process?
Yeah. How many operating systems can I involve in this type of thing? How many different browsers?
This is the IT version of government bureaucracy. Curtis, before you go on to the next thing, we do have a question in live chat, and since we have a few people here like Bill Nobel and John Schaller who maybe can answer this question, but John Vella is saying, I'm thinking about treating myself to a Mister for Christmas, and I want to know if anybody can tell me, is it good for doing CoCo and Dragon cores? How good is it? So,
it's awesome. It is the most closely emulated core on an FPGA that I've found.
Yeah.
Sweet.
If you're buying a Mister, I suggest you watch shameless self-promotion.
Yeah.
Mister on a budget. Just go on YouTube and type in Mister on a budget. My video will pop up. You don't need all the crap that people say you need for a Mister. I'm looking at my Mister setup right now, which is basically the DE10, which I bought from DigiKey with a 128 meg RAM expansion and a $5 USB hub from Amazon. That's all you need to get started. Don't listen to the people that say you need cooling and all this other nonsense.
Oh yeah,
I've been running my Mister for over a year, and I've had no problems. The CoCo core is great. Roger Taylor's core is great. I guess you do need to pay $5 for the CoCo 3 core, but other than that, it is the best way to run a CoCo for sure.
Oh yeah, it is.
And Bill's got extensive experience in this area too. So,
yeah, and actually, one of the developers of the free CoCo 1 and 2 core, Dave Shadoff, is actually in our Discord too. So if you have any specific questions on the CoCo 1, 2 free core, you can actually ask him directly. And that's an ongoing project that's getting improved all the time too, and adding Dragon support, etc. as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those things where just like everything else that I now own that I says I don't need and I'll never own, I'll probably end up with one of these things at some point. I don't need to buy
It's kind of like me.
You know, the great thing about the Mister is that it's the ultimate way to run retro computers. You know, you can switch over from the CoCo to the Amstrad CPC to the ZX Spectrum.
It's
you know,
it's not just the CoCo platform.
Right
It's
now.
all
Is that through like
if you're a console guy and you only care about the Genesis and the Super Nintendo and the NES and stuff like that, you can get by with the Pi setup. But if you're truly interested in simulating retro computers, the Mister is by far the best platform to do that on, because of the way that you can seamlessly go from one to the other. Select a game and you're in. It's, you know, I'm all about convenience. I'm all about how long does it take to get set up, and the Mister, you know, it trumps everything else.
So, if I want to switch systems, is just you have to like have different SD card images, so you just switch SD
No,
cards?
it's all on the same.
Everything's on the same SD card, and everything. If you run the update all script, as soon as you load, you know, as soon as you get your Mister, run the update all script. Everything is downloaded for you, including the goodies, including the disk images, and a lot.
It's every computer.
Yeah, every computer gets
So it's
on
kind of
there,
like a
and
retro
then-
Pi on steroids.
Yeah, and so it basically, instead of going back to a main menu that's overly complicated by a lot of graphics and visual effects like you have in a lot of Pi builds, the Mister is a very easy text-based, you know, disk selection system, which just lowers the overhead. Because at the end of the day, what you want to do is you want to be able to load a core, you want to be able to load up, you know, an Amstrad, a ZX Spectrum, a CoCo, a Dragon, whatever you want, and then load the game, and then get into the game. At the end of the day, you know, the graphical things that are on the Pi, a lot of these Pi builds, they're impressive the first time you see them, but at the end of the day, they get in the way. This is a very easy and text-based way to do whatever you want, and you can switch between cores and get into a game within 10 seconds, and that's not something you could do with a Pi.
No.
All right.
Oh yeah, it is really fast, really seamless.
You're pushing me further and further over the edge at this point now too. So yeah, the things that I said I don't need and I don't want and I'll never have, I end up getting multiples of them. So yeah,
that's the story of my life. Story of my life.
I've got a.
Well, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Like I'm one of those. Oh, squirrel.
Your camera apparently has that too. Bill keeps unfocusing and focusing.
Yeah. That's cool. Thanks for that clarification, John. I know John Vela says thank you for that, and actually probably helped push me over the edge too. We have a lot of enablers on our community here, right? So yeah. Cool. What's next, Mr. Boyle?
Well, another one from that Ken guy. This is a post he did earlier. Let me share the screen again. And we just wanted to compare basically what it looked like logging into an online newspaper back in 1981 using the video text cartridge. This was part of a video demo commercial that they used to do.
Okay.
And then he's running on a CoCo 1 and 2 once again, except this time on an emulator, you know, using a bit more modern of a terminal program, but going through all the rigmarole of going through the net to do it. So the original is like more of a CompuServe style interface, or you know, Dow Jones or something like that.
Connected. So, yeah. Ooh, a little faster. A little bit faster.
Yeah. The old 300 baud on the left there, but on the San Francisco Examiner.
Yeah, and having more. Now, this is still in a kind of P mode 4-ish screen. This is not like a CoCo 3 80 column thing, right? This is software.
No, this is straight CoCo 1 and 2, exactly.
Okay,
I think it's like VIP terminal or something.
Okay, no, it looks good. The speed of the text rendering is pretty good, and the speed, obviously, of the communications is really good on there. No, that's impressive.
But it shows you how far we've come. I mean, the left is what I started with.
Yeah.
32 column hardware text, all uppercase. 300 baud.
We can
that's
now
what I
we can
started
now
with.
very quickly do things that I have zero interest in. So, well, that's cool though. It is just neat that it's possible.
Yeah. Next up, the next episode of the CoCo Crew got released.
Didn't they just have one? Weren't we just talking about this, or is this?
No, it's been about
because
a month.
it's the end of November and now we're in December. It's amazing how that works. How as soon as you okay,
dates and stuff.
Yeah, so I guess the other one was late and this one's early. That's why they're so close together. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's here.
No, I think it's just that you missed so many episodes.
Yeah. Okay. Scroll down. What's in the news? What's good in the news? Attack of the Pods, PSG loader. Okay. Sheldon McDonald. Cassette cable. Tim Holleran. I keep going. Scroll down because I haven't seen it yet. MC10.
This one was kind of funny. Raycasting 101 made simple. I took that and I don't understand a word of it, so I don't think it's that simple. But
CoCo 3 pyDriveWire and Toolshed. Okay, Brad Srebic says I'm the first person to ever make a QR encoder in BASIC. That's kind of cool.
Actually, there's some contesting to that already.
Okay, 8-bit Christmas, a fusion. Okay. Oh yeah. That's I started watching that, the 8-bit Christmas from Neil Patrick Harris. It's kind of like a modern version of the Wonder Years, but he's re-encountering the story of him wanting to get a Nintendo when he was a kid. So he's
yeah, especially when it was all sold out. It was like a Cabbage Patch Kid at that point.
Yeah. I started watching part of that. That's kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah, they had some coverage from the Dragon MeetUp, which is kind of cool. I mean, it's audio, but it was actually Karen explained some of the things that he saw at the project. And we'll get more into that a little bit later on in the show too, in the news. And then they've got the regular stuff. They have a host discussion, how long to wait before doing a given project yourself. This is getting into where somebody says, I'm working on this, and then nothing happens. It's kind of like what Roger Taylor did with the taking apart the Gimme here, because that's something that's been talked about since the 90s. Never happened, and now he's actually just stepped up and done it. And then when should you do that, from a quote unquote moral standpoint or whatever type thing. Interesting discussion.
That's kind of like what I did with the control program for Multiview. It's like, it was kind of, there were things about the control program I didn't like, and I waited and I was like, finally I'm like, I think I'll update it myself.
Yep.
So I started writing it. Yeah.
It was pretty low on my list of projects, I'll tell you that. So I'm glad you did it.
Jeremy,
there we go. Grab the latest
Landry
episode.
says never make an announcement until it's done. Yeah. There should be no pre-announcements and then no announcements. There should just be a post-announcement of, hey, by the way, here it is.
Well, that's the one thing, though. I mean, you don't want two people doing a large project where it's going to take like a year to do at the same time, not knowing about it, and then they both come up with rival bits where all that resource has been wasted. Like at least have them work together to get it done faster, or maybe they'll go, if you want to do that one, I'll do this one type thing. Like sometimes it does help to have some communication between. But yeah, you can't let a project sit forever waiting for somebody to finish it. Real life might just get in the way, or maybe stuff with their kids or whatever. It doesn't matter, but eventually you just have to kind of bite the bullet and go, you know what, I'm going to do this myself.
0 Hour blog is being covered in there. Nicholas Marentes got a little airtime there. That's good.
And Neil did a review of Pooyan, which is kind of a classic.
It's definitely a classic. Okay, cool.
Anyway, go grab it. So a little bit under 2 hours, a little bit shorter, but
short one. Okay.
And we've been shorter lately too, so except for maybe today. Next up, is Terry Stiggy on the call?
Yep, I'm here.
He was.
Okay, because you're kind of kicking up your channel here, Retro Tech Time, and you've got a couple CoCo related things. One is you kind of did an X90U guide, a little bit updated. It's still based on the older Beta 5, and then you also did a Phoenix IDE, which, speaking of Roger Taylor, that's his cross-assembling environment. So do you want to kind of talk about what the channel is for, and then a couple of the CoCo specific videos on there?
Well, sure. Basically, I've got quite a bit of retro items that I figured maybe I'd share with people. Not strictly all Tandy, but it's going to be heavily Tandy. The CoCo stuff were actually a couple that I had done a while back, and I wanted to get them updated. I didn't have any voice commentary or anything, so I tried to get them a little cleaner so we can help. And then moving forward, I would like to start doing some like reviews of games, reviews of software, how-tos, and then restorations of, I've got a ton of old Tandies and
apples that I would like to restore. So that's kind of the reason for that channel.
Neat. I will say that Curtis Boyle has not currently subscribed to you, so I'm not trying to, start any shite here, but
yeah, wow.
To be fair, he finally put up the Nitrous 9 thing just a few days ago. I haven't had a chance to subscribe yet. Before that, it was pointless.
Not only do you need to like and subscribe, you need to hit that notification bell.
Right. Hit that. Don't forget to hit that like.
Well, first it needs Nitrous 9 content, or I'm just going to flat out ignore it. So,
well, you better be careful, or I think that little smiley face on the Nitrous 9 there might turn to something else. So.
They do make a poop emoji.
A single finger gesture, perhaps.
Well, did you have a video about how to not solder your hair? Is that what happened?
Unfortunately, no.
Put the trash can on there.
Or how to plug in a multi-pack.
Well,
or even turn it on.
We've done a live demonstration on how to plug a multi-pack into a multi-pack.
We have seen that.
Yeah, there comes David Ladd.
It's a pretty low budget program or channel, so I don't have the money to blow up stuff.
Anyway, in all seriousness, no, definitely subscribe to the channel, especially if you're into Tandy stuff in general. Now, are you going to be doing non-Tandy stuff? You said a little bit of, or?
Yeah, I'm actually going to do a lot of my Sega stuff, Xbox, PlayStation, Apple, Commodore.
When you say Xbox, are you talking about the OG, the original Xbox?
Yep, I've got one that I actually hacked back in the day that has a chip. I was able to load all my games on a hard drive inside it.
Yeah.
I love that machine. So I think my son's actually interested now and been with me on this channel. So I think he's in a lot of reviews and that kind of stuff because I literally suck at games.
It's hard to believe that the first Xbox is already considered to be a vintage system because it's 20 years old.
Yeah, well, I figure we're retro, so it should be too. So.
I didn't own one back then because I wasn't back into console gaming, but I jumped on board with the 360 in like 2005, but the Xbox came out in like 2001-ish.
Yep, exactly.
So it is, and at that time it was literally a PC. It had a Pentium 3 processor and the IDE hard drive or whatever, and like an NVIDIA chip. It was basically a PC in a plastic box. It was a cool system.
Is that the one that had the red ring of death all the time too?
No, that was the 360. That was the Xbox 360 because there were solder joints that would go bad on some of the chips.
Yeah, I've had the same 360 Elite for years, and it's never red ring. So now probably next time I power it on, it will though.
It was mostly in the first generation models, and there was something about the heating of it. The solder would start to liquefy, and something would separate. And I had a friend of mine show me how to fix it, and we actually
there was some people that could reflow them with heat,
and it was a huge process. It was a huge amount
of surgery. They had like a row of solder balls across 2 inches that had to just kind of stay perfect, and that was never really going to happen.
Yeah.
So,
was it like a BGA micro, or I don't know, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it was ball grid under the CPU, and it was just over a vast immense of space and not a very good quality construction, and there you go.
Oh, that sounds delightful.
Well, and they had
a better hair dryer,
ROM drive in it too.
Yeah, it needed to be put in one of David's frying pans on the assembly line, and that was definitely.
I'm gonna go ahead and cook an Xbox board.
Well, good luck on the channel there, Terry. Bless your heart.
Well, thanks.
Bless your heart, Terry. Yeah, I'll pray for you.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, like and subscribe.
Ring that bell.
That's right. Ding dong.
So unlike me, go subscribe.
You get no support from this group here.
Don't do like Curtis and like and subscribe.
I like Canadians. I don't know what the heck your problem is with me, but
yeah.
Now I'll subscribe afterwards. You do have Nitrous 9 content now, so I can allow it. So.
Oh, you've won them over.
It finally comes through.
Anyway, next up, we kind of talked about this before, which is the dual purpose videos that Mikey Furman's been doing.
This is
so
what
he
keeps
does.
Him awake. It keeps him awake because he knows he's going to be mentioned in the news. This is how Mikey can stay on the show.
And this is why I keep pushing it later and later in the news. He has to watch the whole damn thing. But basically, he's been taking technical questions on DriveWire, his PyDriveWire product,
DriveWire,
and
DriveWire.
then he goes and links it up somehow with the game on challenge, which is this is I think the second or third week he's done this.
Yeah, that's
Ken
neat.
might remember better than me. So this one here is showing that you can now load pyDriveWire with using the DLOAD command that's built into the CoCo 1.2. Now, unfortunately, the DLOAD command is something that was disabled on the CoCo 3. Now, I'm not sure, but I think the original ROM before it gets patched might still have it in there. I'm not sure. Somebody who's a bit more technical.
The code is still there, but it's not actually used.
Yeah, so I'm assuming there's some sort of patch you can get to re-enable it. But basically, it allowed you to use the Bitbanger port to download stuff directly without needing a disk controller or special software. It's built into the ROM basic. And he actually used it in this case to deload Megabug. And actually, then he played it, and he actually had the best game he's ever had with Megabug, as he mentioned later on in the video. So I won't play it because Ken was already playing it in the background.
Yeah,
during
well,
the game
listen,
challenge.
pyDriveWire makes everything better.
Yeah. And he's been doing new features, like he's constantly adding to it. He's bringing it closer and closer to the actual, I think DriveWire 4 was the last Java version, which actually had quite a few advanced features in it that he's been gradually adding more and more until we get up to the point where they're actually will be equivalent of it. Because, of course, now DriveWire 4 requires an older version of Java, so you have to install multiple versions of Java to be able to run modern Java apps, plus be able to run DriveWire 4. So he's gradually catching this up, so you won't need to do that anymore, and you won't need Java at all. So,
what about Flash Player? Does it run on Flash Player? Because I still have that.
I was hoping Real Player myself.
Can I run this on decaf?
What's that Adobe one that Apple hated so much?
That was Flash.
That was Flash.
That was Flash,
yeah. Okay,
Flash.
Mikey says, want to note, this is not officially released yet. This is a demo of upcoming functionality. Contact me on Discord if you have questions. Okay.
Well, my first question is, when do you expect to release the one with this functionality, or do you want beta testers?
He's awake, though. He's responding in near real time.
See, it worked. I saved it to the end. He stayed awake the whole time.
That's what you got to do. You just got to do that every week. And
so the secret is I got to do all my Nitrous 9 stuff right up front to make sure people watch it. And then Mikey at the end. Sounds
I feel like you should have your own Nitrous 9 show before CoCoTALK. You could just do an hour or two of Nitrous 9 only.
Only an hour or two?
It's going to take that long just to describe the bootloader.
Well, not just to me go through the feature list.
Stay tuned for the Nitrous 09 show, or how to not solder your hair.
or we could get into floppy disk stuff.
Oh, that's gonna be like a 73-part series.
Yeah,
to
that's
David
the All Day
Ladd.
Sunday show, I think. That's the 24-hour live stream.
That's right. All right.
Get a nap in first, David.
Mikey says he
yes.
wants to release it soon, and he's happy to get more beta testers. So reach out to Mikey N6IL on Discord. You can find him, Mikey.
Yeah,
he likes it.
He's on
Find
Discord.
him on
Back
Discord.
there. There's actually a separate DriveWire channel you can probably send stuff to him. Is there a pyDriveWire channel?
DriveWire.
There's so
I'm not
darn
sure.
many channels. I don't remember what's in there.
No, it's just one DriveWire channel.
One channel to rule
Oh.
them all.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and put a suggestion
yes.
in the suggest channel.
Yeah.
No, don't, please.
No,
Ignore
don't
Jason.
add
He's an idiot.
another channel.
In the case of DriveWire, most of the stuff is about pyDriveWire because Mikey's actively working on it there. And the other questions crop up, but they don't really, I mean, there's not enough of them to really need something specific. So it's pretty much the pyDriveWire channel.
Okay.
Mr. Alan Murphy, you mentioned in the chat there too. The DLOAD already worked well for me on the dev version. So are you running a beta of this?
Yeah, there's a couple of things in the beta functionality that were basically mandatory requirements for me, and I was happy to help Mikey test them, and I never had any problems with them. Some folks ran into some weirdness with some of the other stuff, but like DLOAD and whatever, it's worked for me pretty much first time on, and I've never had any trouble with it.
Okay, cool.
Beauty.
So hopefully it's pretty close to release.
Beauty, eh?
I figure
Okay.
I'm probably a terrible beta tester because I don't find the bugs, I guess.
Well, yeah, you do the exact opposite of everyone who works on my stuff.
Oh, that's okay. Usually I find the bugs that's been sitting in stuff for years.
Next up, Allison Deneau mentioned like we're trying to get a list of all the machines that had 609s and stuff like the Vectrix, the CoCos, the Dragons, etc. We've seen some clones in Brazil, etc. And one that mentioned here, the Thomas M05, which I think was one of the ones at the Dragon show too, wasn't it? One of the ones demoed? Give some details of it. But basically, it was a pretty decent machine, 320 by 216 color graphics, like the CoCo 3 4-voice sound chip built in. Fairly high-end stuff. There's even some links. I won't play them on the show here today, but there's some links to some games, sample games that were done for it. I'm pretty sure this is the system we saw on the Dragon.
Okay.
Yeah, we might even see that in a story coming up here shortly. This one came as a complete surprise to me.
Boring.
So this is a video showing how to install VCC, set it up for a hard drive, then install Nitrous 9 Ease of Use, and then a quick little demo of Ease of Use. But it's from a thing called retromagazine.tv, which is a Spanish YouTube channel.
Oh, cool.
I've never been contacted by these people, and I have no problem with them doing this. Actually, I encourage it. But it was interesting to actually have somebody in a different language explaining how to use Nitrous 9, because I never thought that would ever happen.
Yeah, in Spanish,
so
it's
basically,
called El Ease of Uso.
So they could be ridiculing the whole thing all the way through, for all I know, because I don't speak Spanish.
Yeah, right.
But
so basically, this is just another YouTube channel you're not going to subscribe to.
I don't speak any language. But actually, the one nice thing here is you can actually turn on in the settings, closed caption, then you can tell it to auto-translate. So I'll just play a little bit for those who've never seen the auto-translate.
El Mundo 9 is what Mr. Dave says.
You can see the translation on the bottom there, so you can actually get a pretty good gist of it. It's not perfect, but... And it's actually an online publication, too. They actually have like issues they issue monthly, etc. too. So it covers all retro, not just this. But it was the first time I've ever seen it. Well, I've ever seen anybody,
you know what does surprise me, though, in all seriousness? Because I don't know if you're going to, believe it or not, Curtis, you might have missed this, and you should have captured this for the news, but there was a discussion on the CoCo News forum about Nitrous 9, and I was the advocate for ease of use. I'm like, everything you guys are complaining about, or maybe it was on Facebook, I don't remember, but somebody was, Nitrous 9 is this and this and that. And I'm like, guys, haven't you heard of ease of use? You know, it's a single image, it's easy to boot, blah, 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 blah. So I actually was an advocate for this, to a discussion where people were complaining about how difficult it was. I'm like, dude, it's not anymore. So.
Yeah, actually, I did see that. And to be honest, there wasn't anything I could add. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I've been drinking the
checks in the mail. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. No, but I mean, there were a lot of valid complaints about the original Nitrous 9 project, especially the post Curtis and Bill Nobel era. But ease of use, in my opinion, has addressed everything to have an easy to boot image. I mean, easy to boot, easy to use. So
yeah.
what's left? To
I don't want to diss the project that was done between when Bill and I did it as commercial versus when we came back in, because they added a lot of functionality. Like DriveWire that didn't exist. I mean, they did a ton of stuff. Right. It just said it was very technical, and if you weren't like a Linux geek type style
the complexity curve was different, and that's what people complain about. That I need different drivers, I need to know how to boot this, and build a kernel.
If you're a person that's ran OS9 before, or you're into Linux, you would have no problem figuring out all this stuff. You'd have no problem.
But they also
the casual users where it was the big gap that if you can't even get started, you'll never learn.
Right, and from what I was able to gather, there was nobody from that project that was trying to solicit anybody else to use the project other than the people who already knew it and used it. So there was no effort to say, hey, this is Nitrous 9 and this is what you can do with it. And if you have any questions, we'll be happy to help you. It didn't seem like it was an invitation to test the waters. It just was, this is it. Figure it out, kid, And then, and those were the people who were probably complaining about it. Well, there's a buried entry here. There's a learning curve. There's a technical curve, and so then those are the people that are going to say, well, Nitrous 9 sucks. Well, no, it doesn't suck, but it's And now that you've kind of gift wrapped on easy to boot and play with distribution of it, now you can actually spend time just learning what it can do. So that definite kudos in that area there.
Well, thanks. Also, I got a correction from the chat here too, from a couple of people. Mark and Tom Eric Anderson both said that's actually Italian, not Spanish. So my
Italiano. All right.
I don't speak either, so I don't recognize it. It just looks foreign to me.
Yes.
Today's language lesson from L. Curtis Boyle.
That's right.
Yeah. It's slightly more recognizable than American English, where you spell all your stuff wrong, like color, etc. So
L. Curtis Boyle recognizes languages about as well as he solders.
So I don't speak Italian.
Exactly.
I can speak in a bad Italian accent. Okay, now today, we're gonna look at the Nitrous 9. All right.
Yeah, that's great. More the merrier.
On the VCC.
Yeah, it was nice that he went through I think you did one of these too, Stevie, and I think Boat did one as well, where they do the complete installation of a CoCo 3 emulator from scratch. where to get ROMs, how to install VC, how to enable the MPI, disk controllers, etc. Like all the stuff you need to do. So start to finish package.
Yeah, I think if you search on YouTube, just like, easy CoCo emulation, it'll come out.
Yeah. So it's good we have some alternative language versions of it now to get more European people interested in it as well. But so I mean that's not something I could do on my own. I couldn't explain it properly.
So fast forward a little bit and see what they show off, if they show off any of the stuff using G Shell or anything like that.
Okay, so there's the UBCC setup. I'll probably get a commercial for doing this, but
there you go. So now we're booting. Now he's in G Shell. Okay, so he did go through the boot. Yeah, what I did like was being able to set that RGB and get the emulated real-time clock and all that stuff in the CoCo Pi. Where I have it boot up to 80 column mode and
you can even boot up with a real-time clock driver and stuff too.
Hey, Stevie, is the CoCo Pi your go-to CoCo these days?
Right now it is. Yeah, just for space, because I have real CoCos. I just don't have the room for them.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
And in Bolt's case, he just has his real CoCo 3 just sitting behind him looking pretty in the background. I think it's holding up a Christmas tree.
It's a Christmas tree holder is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, even ran one of the the bouncing ball demos and stuff.
And so this is only 10 minutes, 9.5 minutes.
Yeah,
so
he did
that's
pretty succinct.
Yeah, that's good. That's definitely good. Yeah, and he's showing off some demos. So we went into booting, going into G Shell, showing some demos. So yeah, that's cool.
All within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
What do we have here? Is a bouncing a ball. That's my Italian-American translation there. So.
I don't know how accurate the translation is here. Oh, good.
And this is one thing you will notice if you're doing an emulation where you see your real computer's mouse pointer versus the emulated mouse pointer, they don't necessarily align. I have the same problem on the CoCo Pi unless you're running it in full screen. So it's kind of weird to see this ghost mouse pointer of the real mouse pointer versus the emulated CoCo pointer.
Host PC one.
Yeah.
Anyway, for anybody out there that speaks both English and Italian, if they want to go through that and kind of just mention what the people thought of it, because like I said, some of the translation's pretty rough. I get the gist of it, but there's some definite subtle nuances that are lost completely on there. So I wouldn't mind somebody kind of giving me a review of it.
I think this guy needs a few more icons on his desktop, if that's possible. Well, that's
why he has a second desktop there with all the CoCo stuff on it. So.
Yeah.
Holy cow, you haven't seen my desktop. Oh my gosh, it's like hundreds of icons.
I have such a pet peeve. I am such
I think mine's worse.
I have icon phobias, man. I cannot look at, if I see if I go into a client's thing and they got icons everywhere, I get into an anxiety attack.
Oh, you'd hate my PC. You'd hate my PC then. Holy cow. They're not organized at all. They're just all over the place.
And then the funny thing is those people know where everything is. If I accidentally move one of those icons, they can't even function anymore. Wait a second. Where's my program? I'm like, well, what? Just click on the start menu. You'll find it. No, it was over here, and now it's not there. Where's my program? I was like, dude, you had 5,000 icons. You remember where everyone was?
Becomes muscle memory. I have to agree.
And they can never buy a new PC ever again.
You have to get one of those transfers across, so everything comes back exactly where you.
Well, nothing does that. That I know of.
Actually, my Macs have. I've transferred between 3 different Macs now over the last 20 years, and it's kept everything.
Apple works pretty good. But yeah,
Apple works pretty good about that.
$2,500 laptop. Yeah.
Yeah, Windows. Every time you switch the screen resolution, it rearranges everything for you.
Little known fact: you can make folders on your desktop too, so there can be more icons hiding.
Icons.
Oh yeah, I've got that on both screens.
Icons under icons.
Curtis, when the hell did you get a cat?
I'm cat sitting for somebody. They've got they live in a townhouse, and they're actually had an old roommate move out, and they got new roommates moving in with all the moving. They didn't want the cat to get out, so I have.
We're actually cat sitting this weekend too.
I have eyes out here until Tuesday.
Ah, cool.
So you're just leasing a cat.
Yeah, I'm getting all the benefits of hair all over the.
I thought you were starting to get like Jason and the rest.
No, the cat's hired him out for the week to take care of her.
Yeah. This is to make me look cuter and more attractive. That's what it's.
You're trying to get the cat-based audience.
It's totally working, Curtis.
I thought you needed a puppy for that, there, Curtis.
No, cats qualify. Okay, next up, a little bit of a follow-up from one we covered last week. So Simon's been fiddling with VDG tricks on the MC10 because the VDG is lonely chip on the MC10. It doesn't have the SAM, which is what we used to do all the higher semi-graphics modes. So what he's doing here is he's switching modes. He's going to try switching it when it goes into the horizontal borders, so you can switch it between a text mode and graphics mode, because the text mode tells it, every byte is 12 pixels high because it's drawing a text character. And P mode 4, for example, will tell it to do a single scan line. So if you do text mode across up until the horizontal border hits, and then you switch it over to graphics mode real quick, it fools the VDG into thinking, oh, I'm doing one line pixels now. And then when it goes back to the next scan line, then he kicks it back. So you can actually do basically semi-graphic. You can see the thin colored lines, horizontal lines.
Looks kind
so he's fiddling with that. And once he gets the timing exactly right, now this is very intensive timing. This is probably not something you can write like an arcade game in, but you could do a graphical adventure game or something like that with the MC10 like this. And maybe if you do it because it actually has a programmable interrupt timer, if you did a sort of a medium res, like maybe every 4 scan lines or something, you might be able to get a slower arcade game out of it with, 9 colors on it, or 10, depending which color set mode you're in, with higher res. So I'm interesting to see where he's going to take this.
The madman is at it again.
Oh, he's always at it.
Yeah, it's a beauty, eh? Steve
Hey,
Bamford.
next up, this is one that Steve Bamford, Bosco, Cersei's Island creator, just texted me about earlier here. So this is some photos he took from the Dragon meetup last week, including parts of the museum itself, which is where it was hosting it. This is a retro computer museum for everything.
Neat.
So I got to bring up his notes here because he actually sent me some little notes.
I really enjoyed the fact that they were able to share that with us, because it was really cool to see an event that, most of us who don't live in the UK would ever be able to see,
Yeah.
That is neat. Look at that. General purpose.
Yeah, this is what the gaming looks like once we get all the photographs in.
Already been done.
Like a process. You can see they've broken it down, like the general purpose registers here. They even have LED readouts, so you can see what's in each register and all what the raw bits would be. And then they have the arithmetic logic unit, special purpose registers, input and instruction decoding, state machine status flags, control and IO. So you can kind of see at a macro scale what is actually inside a primitive chip. I mean, the current chips have so many billions of transistors that make this look like a toy.
Oh, and Tim Gilbert says it runs Tetris on a screen in the distance too. So not only is it working, but it's running.
Yeah, right there under memory.
It is,
dude. Yeah.
But you can actually see like the chip internals running in real time.
Yeah, didn't somebody do that too with the 6502? They did like the visible. Remember how you used to do like the visible V8 engine models and stuff when you were a kid, and somebody made one of those on the 6502.
Mark Overrose, was that one of the ones you guys showed us?
That was
one of the
VCFs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was somebody that had a 6502 on a huge board. Very slow. It's like,
but it's
incredibly
like
slow.
You can watch the information traveling through the registers and whatnot. Yeah.
Yep. It's very educational and very visual for wondering how it works.
Yeah. So I'm just going to read, I don't know what order these pictures are in, so I'm just going to read Steve's notes ahead of time. They may apply to some of the pictures coming up. He said, I'm away all weekend, or else I would have hopped on for a bit. He said, by the way, the mega processor in the museum foyer is a simple computer built from discrete components. That's what we're looking at right now. When slowed down, the red LEDs enable you to observe what happens when a program is executed. I still remember several years ago seeing Tetris running on the mega processor, and that actually is what's running on the background there. He said the museum has a lot of exhibits. The photos are just a selection I snapped while quickly walking around. I think you could easily spend an hour or two if you read all the information surrounding each display. I'd probably take longer. And he also said, forgot to mention, besides his 256K RAM upgrade on the Dragon Stewart Orchard showed, he also demoed his little DMA blitter board, which I know nothing about.
Oh.
So we're going to have to contact Stu to get some details on that, because I didn't know about that. I knew about he was working on Flex. He's porting Flex to run with the 256K and stuff, but I didn't know anything about this DMA blitter board. So I'll have to find out about that from Mr. Stu Orchard there.
This one goes to 11. Okay, wow. Look at the size of the disc platters back there, and can less equal more? You see that one back there? You got some disc platters that look like they could drive a truck on those things. So
Bill and I remember some of these ones in the middle here from the PDP-11.
Yeah. That is wild. Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at all the pictures up there on the ceiling, and that's what Tim goes. Watch the roof for full of pictures of famous people from computing. Rick Ulland says it's got the coolest food court ever.
Here's the Google founders up here.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Sergey and what's his name? I know also there's ET riding a electric car or something up there too. It's kind of cool.
It's Sinclair's car.
Oh, right, yeah, right.
The C1 or whatever.
The C5, yeah.
C5, that's it.
Cool stuff. Okay, there's a ZX there, the little one.
ZX Spectrum.
That looks
a
like a Dragon
32.
32.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
not
a
sure what
pet
the next
sitting
one
there.
is.
That almost looks Apple IIc-ish, but I know it's probably not. But it's about
It's an acorn.
An acorn. Oh, okay.
Is that that's one?
BBC, yeah.
Ah.
Okay.
And
And the nice thing too is they mentioned
Odyssey.
that these are hands-on. When you go to the museum, you actually get to play on these machines. They're not just there to show. You can
Yeah.
actually go play a game on them, etc.
The Odyssey by Magnavox, 1972.
The original
Yeah.
Odyssey, not the Odyssey 2
Right,
that
black
most
and
people are
white.
familiar
And you
with.
know the problem was is that a lot of people thought that because this was made by Magnavox, which is a TV company, that if I didn't have a Magnavox TV, I couldn't use it. You know, what I mean, that's how stupid we were about this stuff back then.
Oh, I think part of that was it was by design. The marketing
they wanted
material
to
in
sell
the
their
boxes were
TVs.
made think that
Right.
you had to have a Magnavox TV to make it work.
The other interesting backstory in this too, of course, is that Nolan Bushnell apparently had seen an early demo of this by what's the guy's name that designed it?
Ralph Baer.
Ralph Baer.
Yeah. At a show earlier, and that the Pong game that he came out with Atari that most people think is the original was actually lifted from.
Totally ripped off from the Odyssey one. Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like the paddles. If you take a look down here at the like these big honking things that you
looks
just
like
turn
a
the knob
freaking
to.
toaster oven. Let me put an egg, a little egg McMuffin thing in there and toast it.
All that to move your little white line to bounce
There's a
the ball.
little knob in the front. Yeah.
Those are those disc platters. Look at that thing. That's insane.
Pizza trays.
I want to see a floppy with that size of a disc.
I think that David Ladd had an orgasm if he saw that.
That's a hard disk, right? That's not a floppy, right?
No,
that's hard.
Those are hard
Yes, those are hard disk platters.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be the original 3030 IBM
Yeah.
Winchester drive.
39-inch platter, though. I mean, that thing's heavy.
39 inches.
You've seen the forklift taking this out of a plane, right?
Now, this
I
one year
remember
from
realizing-
72 is kind of the ones Bill and I had on the
PDP,
HP
yeah,
3000
that.
and on the PDP 11s. That's
Yeah,
and
and
they
that's
were
probably the
removable.
ones my dad used to
Those
work
are the
with too.
disc pack.
Those things
Yeah.
actually weighed like 10, 15 pounds too.
Mhm.
Yeah, and you had to screw on the top, and it'd be multi-platter. You lift the whole thing out and swap it to another drive. And, yeah.
The community college I went to, they had a bunch of those disc packs. They had some that were on their last legs. They were like the bearings and squeals. They never shut them down. They ran constantly.
I hope you sold them as you were leaving out the door because you know they were going to throw them out.
Oh, this was 30 years ago. So,
And my
but I was
favorite
like-
part is that these huge 39-inch discs, you could probably fit about 5 billion on them on a tiny mini SD card.
Yeah, right.
Right.
What was the capacity of that platter? Like how many kilobytes or bytes?
4 meg.
4
That
megabytes.
was 4 meg.
Yeah,
Wow.
4 meg, 5 meg. Yeah.
Wow. Ooh.
Come a long way, baby.
Yeah.
And also the entire run of the color iMacs. The
Oh
first
yeah.
color iMac
Like
line. I thought
Tangerine
there
was
too.
my favorite.
At least they didn't have the other weird, pink Dalmatian and all the other crap they put
The
on.
rainbow selection.
Mm-hmm. Well, look at this. PCs
It seems to be
and the
PC and Macs.
Macs.
There's a Mac
Yeah.
in the middle there. It looks like. Is that a Sun or something? Like that?
One lonely Mac IB.
Looks like
All
Annalisa.
alone without nobody.
Actually, a Mac 2, second one in the row at the far end.
Oh yeah,
Two
over
ends.
there. Yeah.
Two
Or
extra
XL
threads
maybe.
on the right.
Revamp Lisa. Yeah.
Wasn't
Actually,
Elisa sold as an XL at late in its life? Or
Well, they switched out the Twiggy drives, the 5 1/4 for the 3 1/2. So it's called the Mac 2 or Mac XL. Yeah, the third one there is IBM AT. It looks like, and then there's the old original Mac
Did
512.
any of the Macs actually use Twiggy drives? I think they were. I think
No,
Lisa
just
was
the
only
Apple,
one that
just
used it.
Lisa.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of those are retrofitted. No. If you can find a Lisa with original Twiggy drives, they go for a lot.
Yep. Not quite as much as Apple One prices, but
No, not quite as much.
Osborne 1.
Osborne!
Toshiba T100.
I have one of those.
this is the history of the portable. So the Osborne One was,
Yeah.
of course, the one where the company screwed themselves over by announcing the Osborne 2
Osborne 2,
a year
yeah.
before it was ready, and they went bankrupt, waiting
Yep.
for orders.
Yeah, that compact portable was nice too. Those were a
yeah.
real deal.
Luggables.
Yep.
I don't see the Kyocera / Model 100 in there, which is
It
kinda
went
cool.
far, but it didn't go that far. So, yeah.
Well, it was hugely popular. Like,
Yeah.
I'm surprised it's not listed here. I mean, if you want to see one, Bill Nobel's got one handy. So
Yeah, and the museum is very pristine too. You know what I mean? Like they keep it in really good, immaculate clean and everything. So it looks really nice.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
I have no idea.
Magnetic core memory, maybe?
Might be.
Is that a flux capacitor?
Is it a space laser?
Slab of wood with PCB
slab
on.
of wood.
Oh, it's like one of those modules. What do they call them? It looks like the computing module that they made. I'm trying to remember what those are called. Tinker Toys? There's something that they
Tinker
use.
Toys.
That's as max as I can get it. Leo 2, it says here.
That's the successor to the Leo 1.
Obviously. I know exactly.
In-depth coverage.
What it is.
You covered the whole story there.
There it is, yes.
I just know with my sounding skills, there's no way in hell I'd attempt to put that many wires together.
Yeah, we've got to assume the story is a zillion of wires.
Yeah, Tim Gilbert says it's part of the Leo, which is the first business computer, he thinks.
That thing in the back has got to be bubble memory.
That could be ROM, though. That could be actually.
I mean, to Bill and me, it looks like the underside of an HP 3000 circuit board because that thing was pretty well all wire wrapped too. It was a mess.
That's cool.
The problem with the bubble memory is that you had to keep adding the fluid from the store with a little blower
with
thing.
the wand, and keep blowing in that wand and stuff too. Yeah.
Yes, folks, the bad jokes just keep coming.
That's right. Leo 1. See, there's the Leo 1. You notice Leo 2 was significantly larger, therefore being a superior
Lions
product.
Electronic Office. That's what Leo stands for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the world's first business computer, it says here. Made by Lions Tea? A tea company made this? That's a rather odd market for a tea company to get into.
The cake manufacturers. Yes.
Well, Beatrice Foods made, World Dryer hand dryers. So, diversification.
That is very mainframey, mini, micro-y.
That looks like it came off a set of the $6 million man.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
We can rebuild him, make him stronger.
So this over here on the right here, that could be one of the drive platters because you used to lift that top off. And
lift the top off and drop the drive back in.
That
looks
looks
like
like
tracks up on the top, 9-track tapes up here.
It looks like the Ron Popeil of hot air dryer for food dehydrator thing.
Can't quite read it. It says something system, but I can't quite read it there.
The mainframe from Ronco.
That's right.
Yeah, 2 tape drives.
This drive platters there with the.
We got some. We need a little bit of retro bright in that little lower panel there. Doesn't quite match.
But is it period correct?
All right, bust out the peroxide and the toothbrushes, boys. That is cool looking. This is looking somewhat more moderner. We got the racks of looks like possibly is that Silicon Graphics?
90s.
Yeah, Silicon Graphics.
Silicon Graphics stuff in a rack there. We saw some of that in Tim's warehouse. Tim, who runs VCF Midwest, he's got a giant warehouse full of stuff. We saw some stuff like that in there. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, those were like graphic Unix workstations, weren't they?
SGI, Silicon Graphics, yeah.
They made the Octane and a few others.
These are probably servers for those type of systems.
Neato.
And then they got some of the quotes from people throughout the years here, like Douglas Engelbart, of course, created the mouse and the GUI and a bunch of other things here. In 20 or 30 years, you'll be able to hold in your hand as much computing knowledge as exists now in the whole city or even the whole world. He was right.
That's true. Hey Siri.
And then you have the complete opposite, completely wrong. Ken Olsen, the president and chairman of DEC in 1977. There is no reason anyone would want a computer in their home.
What's even more funny is Tom Watson Sr. at IBM said, who would want anything smaller than a mainframe?
Yeah, he also said there would be maybe enough market for 5 computers in the entire planet.
Yeah, there we go.
1943. Wow, chairman of IBM.
Yeah, this one I remember
more than
Popular
one.
Mechanics 1949 that said we're going so fast advancing technology and shrinking things down. A computer in the future may weigh no more than 1.5 tons.
Oh wow! Woo, I look forward to that day.
Wow. Yeah.
And then today, this system can render one frame every 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah. Right.
That 1.5 ton computer is kind of hard to carry around in your pocket.
Yeah, that's not the luggable.
There's a bit of a history of ARM in the background there.
Yeah.
And programming languages and
It looks like it's Commodore something or another down there in the bag.
Big 20 maybe.
And now ARM powers pretty well every smartphone and tablet.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And
Big
some
20.
rather poorly running Windows machines.
That'd be a big 20 down in the bottom left.
Mine's a little bit more sophisticated. Mine has an ARM and a leg.
And Intel's still trying to figure out how to make low power processors.
Yep.
They can't.
Neat looking stuff.
Yeah, it looks like a nice
Joysticks.
museum. So whenever I do get down there, I'm going to try time it with the Dragon meetup, and then also take in the
ZX80.
All right. Is there a brothel nearby at this place too? Because this would be the perfect weekend.
There's a Jupiter Ace. Hey, in the bottom left, the second one from the bottom is a Jupiter Ace. That's a fourth-based Sinclair clone.
Yeah. I think ARG covered that one recently, didn't they?
What's funny is that this past summer I went to the Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown, New York, right? And so my wife and two of my kids didn't want to go because they thought it would be boring. And imagine if I proposed going to this. It would be an open revolt, I think.
Yeah,
Would that be grounds for divorce?
Honey, come here. Go with us, Fred. Honey, look at this 39-inch platter. Look at this thing.
Does it serve food? Not
now, I would love it, of course, but no one else in my family would. Holy cow.
See, a museum like this might help, though, because they have the hands-on play the games and all the old retro systems, so they can go slough off and play whatever the old classic games or something while you take in the interesting stuff.
Well, way to be optimistic, Curtis. Yeah.
Try that.
So is there a Starbucks nearby?
No, they'll want to know where's the switch.
Where's the switch? It's up there on the wall. It has on and off written on it. So.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're back at the Tetris thing. I didn't see that TV thing.
Oh, look at that
round
screen.
Oh yeah, I missed that. Let's zoom in. That's
like the guy.
That looks like the guy that does
lava
the
lamps.
Dragon videos.
Yeah, that's cool.
Except
From the
bigger.
Jetsons.
Dun, 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 dun.
You could do some of those things today with flat screens. Those are large enough. You could mold the egg-shaped thing and then put a flat screen in. That'd be kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, it would.
Sixy mentions in the chat. He said, "I put a high score on the centipede cabinet. Not sure how often they power cycle it though." So apparently they have some arcade cabinets.
Is there any NV RAM in those things? I don't know. Cool. What else we got? This is neat. Yeah, we're getting to see a little bit more now too that we didn't get the chance to see last time. Was that the last one, Curtis?
Yeah, that was the last one.
Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
And some other stuff
Thanks,
that happened
Steve.
that we didn't see at the show, but actually did happen at the show. So the first one here is by bluearcus is his handle. His name is Mike. I'm not sure what his last name is. If Sixy or anybody in the chat knows, please let me know. But he actually had a real-time clock installed inside the Dragon. He actually has OS-9 Level 1 patch for it. And you notice he, just like if you're running the emulated boots on Nitrous 9 Ease of Use, it actually comes up with the date and time automatically.
And it's Y2K compliant even, so look at that.
Yep. And better than that, he's even got the download. Like, so if you actually install that chip yourself, here's the driver and stuff for it, and a complete boot file.
Karen says Miller. That must be his last name, Miller. What was the first name?
Mike, I believe.
Okay, Miller.
Yeah, Mike.
That's what Karen's saying.
So this zip file that if you want to go to the World of Dragon archive forums and download it has the PDF document on the RTC clock itself, schematic PDFs in the Gerber zip file, data sheets, semi-language source for how to read and write to it, semi-language source for the OS9 command to actually do the stuff with the clock, and then the actual boot disk itself. So you're just ready to go. You just install this inside your Dragon and boot off this one disk here, and then you're up and running with a real-time clock. So they're actually ahead of the CoCo people right now. Kind of jealous. Which is why I'm glad Frank's working on it.
Boom, 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 boom.
Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. I like my smartwatch and my floppy controller.
Okay. Modern Dragon PSU. Power supply.
Yeah, this is a follow-up. Like last week, we mentioned that John Whitworth, the guy who's the head of Dragon Electronics, had produced about 20 of these power supply replacement boards, which do tend to go in some of the older Dragons. And he's sold out of them about 2 or 3 weeks ago and said he has no plans on making any more. But he had such amount of people coming in and asking, "Oh, please, can we get one?" that he's kind of changed his mind a little bit. So him and Phil-Harvey Smith, whom we also met at the show last week, have decided to do another second run of the boards. These are going to be in kit form only. He's not going to take the time to do all the soldering and stuff, but basically you can get them in. He's trying to get parts, and he's actually got some of the parts already in now, because of course electronic shortage everybody's hitting right now. One of the reasons he wanted to get out of it is so he didn't think he could get the parts. Now it appears that he actually has gotten a good chunk of them together. So the second run will be coming out. It'll be in kit form. So I don't know if people that are like me cannot do the soldering, maybe contact somebody that does. You can order the kit get somebody else to make it for you, and then you'll be able to replace the power supply in your Dragon. So there is more of those coming. I think they're going for around 20 or 30 of them this particular round, and who knows? I mean, if there's more demand in the future, he might do another third run later on, because there was enough demand this time that he changed his mind within a couple of weeks. So get on the list if you want to get one of them, though, because I know there's quite a few of the slots have already been taken already on the second run.
Beauty.
And that is it for the news.
That is all there is on the news. All right. Well, thank you, Curtis Boyle, for week after week for tirelessly curating content from around the world. And lots of good stuff. And a good discussion on the Gimme decapitation project, which I still only barely understand, but that doesn't matter. My lack of understanding should not be an impedance to the road of progress in this world. So I'm glad that is moving forward. And good times, good times, good times. I know a few of us had some project updates and acquisitions and things they wanted to talk about. So who would like to go first?
I am ready, if you're ready.
Mr. Dave. Mr. Dave, please, by all means.
All righty. Let's go to screen share. Okay, so you guys know I'm working on my game project. And let's get an update from it here. Set up on the screen?
I do. I see Aaron on there.
There's a guest star there now.
There's Aaron.
Yes, Aaron volunteered to be a villain. So
all right.
That's hardly a stretch.
So that's going to be a lot of fun. So the game project is going fairly well. So you know, it's a space adventure, sort of like the Firefly series, mixed with Wing Commander, mixed with live action. So you get to blow stuff up, and you get your various dialogue boxes. So that's going good. I encourage people to come down to the Kickstarter and join up on that. And I'll show you why I'm doing this. So here's my video cart prototype. The purple board is actually in production as we speak. Can you guys see that?
Game cart. Yes, it's an epic game cart.
I guess so.
Has Wi-Fi and has Bluetooth. It looks like it's going to support some controllers and some wireless controllers.
SD card support. It looks like it supports multiple sound
MP3s
formats.
and WAV files and SD cards. And is that a Nintendo cartridge that it's going to support, or that the fact that it is a cartridge?
Well, that's just saying game cartridge.
Okay, it is a game cartridge.
But the way it's going to work is first up, we'll get the background. You get to draw a background. You get to draw another background. You can load your sprites. You can load your tile maps. And all this will be handled at 2.4 gigahertz on the ESP unit. So it's going to process all the video for you.
2.4 gigahertz. Great Scott.
Your soundtrack, everything. Send that to the shared RAM. And that RAM will be available for a quick read from the CoCo. So it's going to work with CoCo 1, CoCo 2, CoCo 3. And it'll support all kinds of modes, and it will be open source for everyone who wants to write some interesting projects for it. So we're going to have graphics that are going to work like the Nintendo or Super Nintendo. We'll be able to have tile maps, different backgrounds, sprite motion. It'll all be handled on the cart, and you'll be able to write video games from BASIC. You want a background, just say poke, whatever the background number. You want a sound effect, your preloaded sound effects are labeled 1 to whatever, you know. So, okay, when the car explodes, play sound, 55. So it'll play the WAV file. So that's the project so far. Yeah, I have this board is actually in development, and I'm already started ordering the parts for it. So the games will, you can put your game on SD card. The cart will come with a game, and it'll come with preloaded sprites that you can just start playing with. And you can loan your own backgrounds, your own BMPs, whatever you want.
Where does the video output go? Does it go to an output on the cartridge, or is it feeding back into the CoCo and coming out of the CoCo's display output?
Yeah, the CoCo, it's going to have a built-in fast copy, maybe blast processing, but it's only 6K for a CoCo 1 or 2, you know. So the CoCo will catch its RAM, it'll copy the video buffer, and it'll output it to its screen really quick. And because all the sprite calculation and screen blitting and all that stuff is handled on the card and buffered for you, all the CoCo really has to do is make little adjustments, and it'll be able to move the stuff. I'm going to show another example here.
Do you have a name for this project yet?
Name is pending.
Name is pending. Is it going to be? It's not going to be Australian, right? Maybe a Canadian inspired name for the product.
The poutine board.
The poutine board.
Poutine. Yeah, there we go.
No, its name is pending.
Is pending.
Oh, the name of the project is pending. What's this project called? Pending. No, but what's it called? Pending.
I don't know. Third base.
Who's on first?
Who's on first? I don't know. Third base. Yeah.
It will be epic. So you could set up an image like this on your SD card.
Okay.
And the red square, you could just set the offset of, you know, you just poke in 2 values, or if you're using assembly language, just say, okay, I want to start at 0, 0, 0, 1, whatever. And you can be able to move this.
So you can kind of pan through it.
Yeah, it'll be easy scrolling. Nothing overly complicated.
Right.
You'll be able to.
Now, is that a flat 2D background, or would it also support parallaxing, where you can have a static background and a movable foreground?
Yeah, we're going to have parallaxing for sure.
All right. Beauty,
So
eh?
this may be the first CoCo game ever with parallax scrolling, right?
No, it depends.
No,
like
Digger 3 has parallax scrolling.
Lunar Rover Patrol kind of.
Yeah, Run Dino Run.
Run
Yeah,
Dino
Run
Run.
Dino
Sure.
Run. I'm going to check if I had something else here. Two. Now I'm working on the hardware and stuff, and I'm ordering parts and stuff. And you know, I love the CoCo 3 graphics. That's where I want to focus. So I enlisted some help from my buddy Taz, and he's going to work on the CoCo 1 and 2 parts,
Cool.
including hopefully ray tracing. So
Ooh.
we'll be able to turn flat objects into Doom-like games.
Wow.
And easily getting background music. You just pick which MP3 you want to play for your background. It's going to play. So I started him on doing graphics on the CoCo 2, and this is what he came up with.
That's
So I
pretty
think
good.
he's got this figured out. Yeah.
Pretty good digital dithering going on there.
Yeah, we should be able to watch, you know, black and white TV on the CoCo 1. And it'll work on with a 16K, you know, just a standard CoCo. It won't take, everything's going to be handled
Because
by
all
the
it's doing is
hardware,
it's just
so.
sending a 6K screen at a time back to the CoCo.
Yeah.
And that's being blitted over to it.
Exactly.
So
And
is that
yeah.
being copied by the 6809, or there is some hardware to do the blitting?
Well, the ESP32 is going to handle all the blitting, as in it's going to start by putting your background, putting your sprites, putting your parallax background, handle any motion, and it's going to buffer it and have it ready for the RAM. And there will be a little subroutine on the chip. So if you were using BASIC, you would just have an exec command, and it would just quickly copy it right to your native screen that you're using.
So what's doing the transfer though? What's transferring from the RAM in the cart to the RAM of the CoCo so that the CoCo can display?
Well, there'll be a little subroutine on the RAM chip available, just like as if the CoCo is reading a game cartridge. There'll be a little subroutine there that will do the copy. Or if you're an expert programmer, I mean, you can write your own routine to get it off the RAM, but
I'm just trying to think.
So you've created a ROM call to do this.
Yeah, there'll be a quick subroutine that will just copy it to your CoCo screen. So all the sound, all the graphics, everything will be displayed natively on your CoCo. You won't need any modifications if you have a 6309, 6809, a CoCo 1 or 2, it doesn't matter. You just plug in the cartridge. You'll have access to Wi-Fi if someone wants
Dave?
to write a program. Yeah.
I think the question is what in the CoCo or in the card is actually doing the transfer. And I think you're using the MPU to execute the subroutine that you've already provided. So the main CoCo CPU is what's doing the copy off of the card into the CoCo RAM?
That's right.
Right.
It's going to be up to the machine.
Yeah, I'm just thinking on a CoCo 3, if you've got a large screen, I mean, that's transferring 32K. So, yeah, I can understand. It's going to speed up because the graphics chip in the cart is doing most of the sprites and overlays.
Not to mention your sound and stuff in the background too.
Yeah, it's just that getting that 32K, what's going to be transferring that 32K from that cartridge to, because you know it's a fair bit of RAM to transfer quickly.
I've done it on my game. When I started my space adventure game, I started it just natively in CoCo 3 mode, and I was putting up the nebulas and the spaceships, everything as if this would work. But then I started, using larger sprites, transparent. Started playing music, so things were slowing down. So I started using the Becker port on the emulator to start running things in the background. So now sound effects could just be, just one simple command. So I decided I need this cartridge to run my style of games.
Yeah.
And it will allow Wi-Fi multiplayer games. It could, you'll be able to use a wireless controller. There's a lot of things you'll be able to do with it.
Saw Bluetooth listed there also?
Yeah, Bluetooth. Whatever the ESP can do, this card is going to be able to do. And it's just going to... Now, I know, like Nick is saying, there's a lot of data when you get into the CoCo high-res mode. We get to 32K. Even larger if you want to use the wider screen. But I won't use the wider screen because the scrolling can be handled on the cart. So all the blidding, all the motions, your enemy motions can all be pre-programmed on the cart, which directions, all this stuff will be handled.
So you just have to dump a frame each time.
Yeah, all the CoCo's going to have to do is dump a frame and maybe control like your one ship, like, okay, I'm moving the X and Y, or I'm moving the scrolling. So it's really going to unload all the work onto the cart.
Yeah, and you won't need like an FIRQ routine eating a bunch of CPU cycles in the background to drive sound, et cetera, because that'll just be a single play sample, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's a play sample MP3, which is what I'm doing on my video game right now. My space adventure, I wrote the songs for it, and I wanted that in my game. Okay.
Did you write the songs that make the whole world sing, by any chance?
I'm trying. I'm trying. So that's the project. It's obviously going to need a little bit to work on. Once I get the cartridge back, I'm going to have to do some programming and do some trials. But basically, you'll see 3 chips on the bottom and middle. Those are like buffers. And then the big guy here is, where's my pen? Here we have a 32K RAM, but that can be bank switched in. That's not a problem. Here we have your SD card, your sound, which will come right through the pin on the cartridge into your CoCo. So really, there'll be no modifications needed for your machine, and it'll let anyone be able to use animated sprites. The sprites will automatically animate, or you could do simple tile maps. It's going to be
Yeah, I think
No.
the one critical thing on here that is really going to help sell this is the fact that you're planning some extensions to BASIC, so that, or at least very accessible to BASIC, like a single poke to do a certain command or something like that, so that you don't have to write a bunch of code. That's all handled internally on the card.
Yeah.
Well, here's an important question. Does it have a real-time clock?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Sold. I'll take 2.
Do you have a web page or a blog for this, Mr. Dave?
I'm working on these things, yeah.
Okay.
Or are you going to be updating on your Kickstarter page?
Well, the Kickstarter is going to end in 1 week. It's going to end during the CoCoTALK. So I ran a small Kickstarter, and like I said, I'm hoping to get the support to make the development on this cartridge. Because games like I made, you know, it's a really cool game, but it's pushing a little bit more than what I can do on a CoCo 3.
Mr. Dave, let me ask you a question. If you weren't making this on a cartridge, would your Kickstarter goal change? How much does the cartridge aspect change the value of the Kickstarter?
Well, the Kickstarter, it's the reason why I put the game up on the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter is for anyone, Atari's users, whatever. You can play this game on Windows. Excuse me, and enjoy it. I'm just hoping it does well so I can support my my projects heavier, you know.
Okay.
Cool. Looking forward to it for sure.
Yeah, I'm signing into the Kickstarter right now. Very
yeah,
cool.
I've gotten some good love from the CoCo community. Sloopy, I think, was on it right away. He was the first person, and so.
Well, I think
I'm
we announced
hoping-
last week you reached your Kickstarter goal last week, your initial goal. So.
Yeah, I put a low.
Yeah, I'm
minimum,
going to do
so.
the $32 Canadian, which is like 14 cents American. So it's really a small, price to pay. So.
I think you may be off on your conversion rate just ever so slightly, Stevie.
Eh?
Quite greatly.
Well, you know,
No, I think he's thinking Australian dollars, not Canadian.
Yeah, that would be
Even
like
if people come in and support $2, you know, it's just showing me that, okay, hey buddy, you know,
yeah,
we like where you're going with this. We're into this, or you know, retro games. I mean, there's people who don't know about the cartridge. That's fine. They like anime. They like adventure games. They like Wing Commander stuff. So they're gonna want to play the game.
Yeah, it's also just about supporting people in the community. So
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Dave, would you mind posting that link in the old Zoom chat? That way people that are in the Zoom chat can see it too.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and you guys really got me kind of pushing me over the edge on the whole Mr. thing now too. So I think I'm going to be jumping on the Roger Taylor bandwagon here pretty soon too. Curse you and your influences.
You never have enough.
I know. It's like I never needed a Pi 400, but here I got one, right? So Excellent.
Anything else, Mr. Dave, or are we on to the next?
We're on to the next
project.
update.
No, that's it.
right.
Thanks for the time to showcase my project.
Not a problem. It slices, it dices, it juliennes. It does sprites, it does tile mapping. Now how much would you pay? But wait, there's more. If you act now, we'll also throw in a real-time clock. Nitrous 9 drivers not included. Okay, so who is the next speaker of things to show and tell and all that other good stuff? Anyone?
I know Bill's got a bit of an update announcement.
I've got a kind of a, not really an update, but I've stumbled across the last little while that people are wanting to actually have a Canadian actual hardware repair operation. And I have actually delved into it a couple of times now, and I think it actually should become more of an actual mainstream thing. So I am opening up the door. Anybody that needs repairs, upgrades, or anything done to any CoCo, whether it be 1, 2, or 3, to get a hold of me and contact me. I will do what I can.
Beauty.
I can vouch for his
Shinglot.
services. I've had quite a bit of
Nice.
stuff fixed by Bill and upgraded by Bill over the years.
I have a dead MPI that I'd love to have somebody take a look at.
Yeah.
There you go.
So the main advantage of your services will be people who are in Canada who are geographically close enough to possibly come to you in person or at least mail to you without exuberant shipping.
Exactly.
But if somebody wants to mail you something from Australia, you'll take it, right? So
Yeah.
Or,
Well, no, like Andy Campbell off of Facebook recently, he actually got a hold of me and needed his CoCo repaired, and it's being shipped back to him right now.
Beauty.
Are you okay with dragons? How about MC10s?
Nope. Anything with a 6809 CPU unit, I will actually deal
MC10's
with.
got a 6803, so I don't know.
Well,
even Alice.
So you're gonna send, so we can just go ahead and send that Defender arcade cabinet right over.
Return shipping user paid.
No,
Yeah, do you
Bill
have a
really
dock
likes
for
those
unloading
types of machines.
trucks?
I don't know if you'll get them back or not, but no, I'm just kidding.
That's a beauty, eh? So what do you have a name for it, or is it just Bill Nobel's services, or are you going to come up to
So
catch
far,
me?
it's just there's no name to it. It's just myself, and I.
Okay.
What's the best way for people to contact you, Bill? Is it like Discord, Facebook, a certain email address?
Yeah, we got email address, which is b_nobel@hotmail.com. Discord, of course, Facebook, Skype, all of them.
Okay.
I'd like to propose a name. What about Oh No, Mr. Bill?
Yeah. That's actually a good one.
Repair
Jason.
service.
That's a good one, Jason. I might have to remember that one.
Okay, great.
Oh no, it's Mr. Bill.
Oh no, it's broke, Mr. Bill.
There we go.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Thank you for providing that service, Bill. Much needed. And if you can make it to CoCo Fest, there seems to be, I'm anticipating, the next year much more bigger attendance. And so the more people with soldering irons there to help out, the better, because typically when you only have one or two people doing it, there's a waiting list to get repairs and upgrades done. So if we got multiple provisioners there, that would be a benefit to the attendees.
Yeah, I predict at least double-digit numbers for attendance.
Yeah, there you go. That's good, especially with Grant Leedy in charge.
Yeah.
Well, there goes 50% of the attendance.
I thought he was the draw.
Has there ever, Stevie? Have you ever thought about just going it alone, making your own CoCo?
No, not for a millisecond.
Not for a minute. GCC all the way.
Yeah, no. It's so much aggravation. There's so much involved in these things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
You'll be finding that out soon, John, because you're doing your own boat fest here.
Yeah, Boat Fest 2022 is going on soon.
Jeez.
No, the most important barrier is just the amount of logistics in doing it. It's a lot. Yeah. And the other one is I don't think that if it's something like Steve Fest, I'm not a draw. Nobody's going to come to see me. You know what I mean?
With you, we usually call it a draw. No one wins.
Yeah, but if we were to do like a CoCoTALK Fest, I don't know what the market for that would be for people who's going to
be huge.
I'd be right away.
Yeah.
CoCoTALK Fest 2022. Let's make it happen.
No, but I mean, I do like the idea of having other events, but sometimes the challenge becomes there's too many, and you have to make a Sophie's choice. Like, when VCF was very close to CoCo Fest, especially if we have to travel and we have to fly and we have to take time off work, it's hard to do two events that are a month apart. For me, if I'm lucky, if I can do two events a year, they almost need to be about 6 months apart just so I can financially prepare and be able to recover from the work and the downtime and all that kinds of stuff. So,
yeah, like this year we had 3 events in 3 months, and I had to skip one. I just couldn't do all 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's tough.
Jeremy Lander's saying would Steve Fest be called stage 1? So I can't get past level 1. Is that what it's called? So it's a support group. It's a support group. So make it to level2.com #
Rage Quit 2022.
More like
Rage Fest.
Stage
Push
left.
the button, Steve.
Yeah.
Stage 1 anonymous. I'm Stevie, and I've never made it past level 1.
Yes. No, but I don't have the desire to take on the, responsibility is not my thing, man.
So we're never going to see a CoCoTALK Fest, is what you're saying.
Not if it's up to me to get done. I'm 3 months behind on doing a godforsaken newsletter. Okay, so
you know what?
So
I think it's probably unnecessary, and I appreciate the hard work that Glenside puts into putting that show on every year. And I appreciate it, and I think it's an excellent show and a huge effort and a lot of effort put on by a lot of great people doing it. And I'm fully behind it. I'll be there every time I'm physically able to go. I will be there.
Yeah. And if I had to choose between Coco Fest and something else, it would be Coco Fest. So. That would always trump whatever the decision was. And I don't know, maybe a Britney Spears concert. I
don't know. Going to the dentist or Coco Fest? Canal or Coco Fest, Stevie?
Go with the fest.
I don't know. The root canal kind of has its perks.
Well, I guess it all depends on who's speaking too. So.
Who's getting it done?
If they're going to do another Nitrous 9 presentation, I think I'll take the root. I'll take a root.
Nitrous 9 Fest. There you go. Now you're talking.
There we go.
Nitrous 9 Fest. Okay. Is that how many attendees there'll be? Is 9? 9?
I'd be there, Curtis. I'd be there with bells on.
Yes. What?
Maybe if I offer free booze.
What? Well, who else has something to talk about to show?
Well, I've stuck one little UNA here.
Okay.
If I can share my stuff, let's see. Share and nothing happened. Oh, come on. Share the dang thing, would you? Share something, would you? And then I'll switch to here. Do we see a little fan of boards on a fake wood grain workbench?
Looks like there's a sensor bar across the middle of it. There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. So here is the things I got back from JLC. So after a 10-month drought, parts are coming back in. I have network cards for the CoCo. I have 10 of them.
Oh, there we go.
Arranged on my little page of things here.
I think they forgot one in the middle. They forgot a chip in the middle.
Oh yeah. There was supposed to be a serial port that is no longer obtainable. The 16550 has dropped off the face of the universe. So anyway, I'm going to sell the network version as the Founders Edition, actually, which is video cards speak for it. We ain't got no software yet.
I like it.
So here it is, all trussed up with its 3D printed case, which doesn't look that cute by itself, but hey, it's a network card that plugs into your multi-pack and doesn't require any external computers or etc. I'm going to need people to help me develop a network of CoCo websites that are not encrypted. Well, they're available for $50 from my website right here.
Computer Connect, Rick at computerconnect.com.
Yeah, email. The site is that without the Rick on it. Yeah, one N.
Yeah, check out that multi-pack. What's sitting in there?
That's
a serial network card.
That's one with the unobtainium 551s or 550s in it. But yeah, that's what we're doing.
Which is 16550 are you using as far as package?
The TI and the little QFP 48. So
okay, because Mauser has the TIs and they've got 346 in stock.
The problem is I can't hand solder 48-pin QFPs reliably in quantity, so that ain't gonna happen. If it's not available at JLC or some other prefabber, I can't do it. I just, there's reliability problems, there's warranty problems, it's more.
What components need to be added to that cart in order to add the 16550 if someone wanted to add it after the fact?
Put it on. Let's see. Let me find a. Oh, geez.
It almost sounds like you might get a volunteer.
Okay, well,
David's got
here's
a
the
frying
deal.
pan. Does that help?
Do I have a good shot of the board here? Okay, so there it is. And if you look really closely, all you need is an oscillator, and the RS-230, the Max 232s are already there. So you stick a DB25 there, you stick an oscillator there.
DE9.
You stick
that's got to be a surface mount right now, right? The way it's going in there.
Oh yeah, everything is look, and all these teeny tiny things here. But yeah, you could turn a network only into a RS-232 version. The driver I have for the 550 right now does not receive, because it does not send interrupts on receive. It transmits just fine. It sends interrupts on transmit, but it does not receive. Now, this driver was written for the old National 550 40-pin, big old chunky dip origination of this series chip from 95. So
maybe something changed on the chip itself or something.
Well, yeah, the driver, it may need to be set up differently or something. We never determined that because the chip became unobtainium. And so I do have some with this chip installed. If anyone who might be working on a 550 driver for OS9 might want to play with one.
Curtis.
Actually, it's Jeff Tennyson who's been working on the 16550 driver. He's actually got it partly running already.
Because I don't know why this doesn't work, why the old driver doesn't work, but any code that's built off of the old driver might have some problem, you know. So in any case, I've got a whole fan load of these, and I'm going to load up. I only have to put a couple of, you know, the socket for the address decoder and the network plug, and you know, it's a little bit of handwork. These are done.
And the gal.
Yeah. Well, the gal socket and the what I'm trying to say, the network jack.
Yeah,
it's a little bit of hand soldering and it's done. And it looks like this, very nondescript.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Probably try to figure out some kind of label that I can super glue to the top of it.
Tim Gilberts is asking if this would work on a Dragon.
I would think it should. I can try it on mine.
There's nothing.
The right drivers, I guess.
There's nothing specific on it. It's just peeking and poking addresses.
That's Alan Murphy's response, because he said it should work on a Dragon if nothing else is in that I/O range. Is it settable as to where you're addressing this in, or?
I've put a couple at FF. Basically, I'm sitting over the FF 6, 8, and FF
6, 7.
7. Yeah, the traditional I/O spaces on a CoCo. So I would expect that that's understood in Dragonland.
Serial port.
And
I
I'll
can
be
try with
happy
my
to-
Camo Dragon today.
And I'll be happy to discuss with anyone at, you know, this email. I will compare tech specs and stuff, because I haven't really thought about it yet. I've just been trying to get the CoCo thing going.
Right. So Tim Gilberts might be interested. So yeah, we posted his email already, Tim. Rick at computerconnectwith1n.com.
And I have put the hardware available on the site, so I can offer shipping and so forth. Unfortunately, at user's cost, because I'm not set to absorb, you know, free shipping or anything just yet. Unless you're in the U.S., in which case I've priced it at $50, which is 1 penny above the limit for free shipping. So, and then what else? How'd that joystick get there?
I haven't played with mine yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, they're good. I mean, you know, it's funny. This is what the CoCo stick used to be many years ago. I have 2 old ones that work, but I don't like them anymore. So anyway, that's my bit for the stuff I got this week.
I'll be messaging you.
Oh, perfect. I appreciate it. Trying to get a couple other projects started, so getting something started is a plus.
Beauty, eh?
Yeah, parts are good. You know, I've been waiting like 9 months for this. I wanted to announce this stuff and
the part shortage, like it's hit everybody. So,
in
like
the
Frank was
original
mentioning
Coco
earlier,
Fest day, and things are finally starting to show up, which means I hope that things will start to, show up more and more. Right? So maybe the global part shortage is starting to evaporate, because this is kind of a weird part in the grand scheme of things. So the fact that it's available now is pretty good sign, I'm thinking. It's behind a GM truck, this is pretty far back. So, you get a part that mainly applies to Apple IIs and CoCos, and okay, maybe the shortage is going to ease. So anyway, that's my week. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything? Any updates, acquisitions, stories to tell?
I do.
Okay. Fred.
Yeah. So, due to popular demand, I have started work again on Andark 3.
Oh.
Yeah. So, a couple things I want to show you. It shouldn't take too long, a couple minutes or so.
Nice.
Mind if I share my screen?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, let's see. 1 second here.
And just for those that maybe missed last show with you on, this is the CoCo 3 sequel to the Andark 1 and 2 games that you had published in the Rainbow Books of Adventures.
That's right. Yes. Okay. So let's see. Let's run this program. I think I have the right one. This is the title screen for the game. Now, this is not new code. This is code I wrote like, I don't know, 25, well, more like 35 years ago. But I uploaded a screenshot of this to Discord a few days ago. But here it is running, and there's some audio too.
Oh, wow. That is a beauty. We don't hear the audio though if it's doing audio.
Oh, you don't hear the audio? Oops. Oh,
yeah. When you
share, you have to click the share sound on the.
Oh, okay. I guess I forgot to do that then. Hold on. Maybe I can do that and I'll rerun it. If I can figure out how to share sound.
You might have to stop sharing and.
You have to stop sharing first.
I have to stop sharing and then share again. Okay.
Yeah. All right, and there should be a little checkbox in the lower
left corner. I'll try this again then. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
All right, so then share sound. Oh yeah, there we go. Little box in the corner. Okay. Let's break out of this then and rerun it.
Yeah, and when this thing was first doing that blue and white pattern, I had no idea what that was supposed to be.
It's the planet with cloud bands and stuff. Yeah. Now I might tweak this a little bit. I don't think it's like a bunch of circle arcs that I might adjust a little bit, but yeah, that was a cool idea I came up with way back.
So this is a CoCo 3 exclusive, right?
Yeah, CoCo 3 exclusive. Can you hear it now?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So yeah, this is written in BASIC. Now this yeah, it's written in BASIC. Although there are going to be parts of the program I'm gonna try to write in CMOC, if I can get up to speed on how to do that. Now, I want to show you a couple of shots of some of the graphics to some of the rooms. I've started working on that. Okay.
Cool.
So bear with me here while I pull that up. Let's see here. Okay. Oh yeah, here we go. Gotta load another image. Okay.
That's supposed to be an ad or a quote there.
Oops. Yeah. Oh, you good grief.
Kind
Good eye, Stevie.
There's the quotes.
Whole,
There we go.
The whole real keyboard to emulated keyboard translation thing here doesn't always work out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I hate that.
It does confuse me. No,
This hit the
You spelled it wrong. You got an R instead of a D.
Oh, oops. Okay. I hate this keyboard on this laptop.
This is the joy of live demos.
Oh, yeah.
Is it
exactly.
ADK? Yeah, ADK,
Yeah, it's ADK. Sorry.
GFX1.
Yep. GFX1. There we go. All right.
Ooh, we're painting.
So this is the
guy.
first 6 rooms of the game. Now, here's the cool thing. I'm gonna move from one room to another here. Let's see here. So you're moving north across this ice plain, and you've got a range of mountains in the background. And as you move farther north, oops, hold on. This glacier moves into view on the left.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. And and there's this canyon that you can see that giant.
Yeah, and you're doing this with just draw statements or like weird circle manipulations, or
this is draw statements.
Okay.
Yeah. And so then you see that big cleft in the side of the glacier there, which of course should attract your attention, and you would want to try to
So
explore.
is this going to be a split screen where you've got the text on the bottom half of the screen and the graphics on the top half?
Yeah, pretty traditional way of doing graphic adventure games. You're going to have the text on the bottom and graphics on the top. That squiggly line over on the left is a pathway that you can follow up to the top of the glacier. This is just partially done. I'm going to make it fancier, I guess, and add some more details and stuff. But this is what I have so far. Can move left and right across the ice plain. Okay.
Yeah.
And as you move to the right, or south actually, the mountain range comes back into view and the glacier moves off. Yeah. So anyway, that's all I've done so far. This is just a few days work. And
Cool.
yeah, so Andark 3 is back and writing new code for it now after 35 years.
For people that don't know, can you fill us in on Andark 1 and Andark 2?
Yeah. So basically, these were adventure games that I submitted for the 3rd Rainbow Book of Adventures and the 4th Rainbow Book of Adventures back in 85, 86 timeframe. And both games wound up being finalists in those contests and were published in those books. The first one, basically, you're on an exploratory mission. You go to this newly discovered planet called Andark. And your mission is to map out a section of the planet. So you're going around exploring, and you run into obstacles and things like that you have to try to overcome. And the idea is to get back to this other ship that's going to rescue you and pick you up and take you back to the mothership that took you to Andark in the first place. And so your goal is to map out this area and to safely get back to the rendezvous point where they're supposed to pick you up. And so that one was not really a graphical adventure. It was more just text. The cool feature that the game had was that there was an in-game map that would render as you're exploring different areas. And so that was probably the main innovation that my game had, which worked out pretty well. Andark 2, the adventure continues. Basically, the first game was very, very non-violent game, but the second one took a different turn. So this other alien race happened upon Andark, and they took over the planet and kicked the humans out. And so now the humans are fighting back, and a fleet was sent from Earth to try to retake Andark, and And so your mission was to go down to the surface and take out this military installation that was set up by the alien race. So you have to infiltrate the base and make your way to, basically to explore around and find a way to destroy or disable the base. And so you're running into these alien guards that are roaming the hallways, and you have to shoot them and stuff like that. And so there's a number of different ways two or three ways to win the game, because there's 2 or 3 different ways that you can disable or knock out the base. And so yeah, that was the Andark 2. And then I started work on Andark 3, which is supposed to be the final battle between the humans and the aliens for control of Andark, and that's what this game is about.
We kind of pressured him into picking up the project when we had him on the show a couple weeks ago. So
it worked.
Right. That's right. And so
this is the final chapter.
This is the final chapter. Yeah.
The story,
this
right,
is the
Fred?
final chapter. Yep.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
And so I'm pulling out all the stops, I guess. Try to make it as cool as I can. This originally was planned to be an entry in the next Rainbow Adventure Contest, which never happened. So I had already had the game about halfway done, and there was no more adventure contest, so I wasn't highly motivated to complete it. And also around that same time, I got involved in OS-9 and got distracted with that. And so this kind of went by the wayside, but I still kept all the old code. And I recently transferred it from my hard disk drive onto an SD card. So now I'm kind of going back and forth between working on it in an emulator and on a real CoCo. It's pretty easy. You just pull the SD card out of the side of the laptop and stick it into the SDC and power up the CoCo, and doesn't matter which I use. So it's pretty convenient. So yeah, that's it. I'm just
cool.
working on making the graphics for all the different rooms. And that's going to take a lot of time because there's a lot of rooms, and I'm not all that great at drawing graphics, so it's going to go slow. It's going to take a while.
Hey, Fred, I just out of curiosity, how long on average do you think it takes for you to draw just one of these rooms?
I don't know. A few hours per room. But here's the thing, though. You notice there's a lot of common elements in all these different rooms, right? So the mountains are the same. I'm not having to re-render, redraw them. I'm reusing the code. Okay. So I draw the mountain range once and I break it up into several different draw statements. Mm-hmm. And then they link to each other.
Shift them over a little bit on the
on
the x-axis.
Yeah.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
So I am reusing the code to make to speed up development, also save memory.
Right. And when I look at this, I think of a few things. I'm thinking like, well, you could take all these things, save them to disk, and then load them as an image from disk, but that's going to take up so much more space on your disk, where the amount of space in these draw statements and paint statements is minimal compared to the amount of visual data you create with minimal coding. It's just it takes longer to do it this way.
That's right. I spent several days just mulling over how am I going to store all this graphical information? Am I going to store them in bitmap files on the disk? Would take up huge amount of disk space and would not be practical.
Yeah.
Or do I use draw statements and paint and statements and such? And that's the latter is what I decided. But even then, I still have to try to minimize the amount of code. Otherwise, it's going to take up a lot of memory. So I'm using draw statements because that's probably the most compact way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm chopping it up into pieces that I can reuse in different rooms.
No, that's
one thing you might want to try. I don't know if it'll work because I haven't worked in this basic for so long, but you could try drawing some common elements. Like if you have a set of mounds that's always the same, and then get it into a buffer, so we can put it back so it's a single command, and then you can actually do all the drawing on a pre-run program, store them in the more common stuff and get put buffers, and then chain to the next command with run quote, whatever your part 2 is, and and then just put those buffers directly on, so you have more code space free.
Okay, yeah, as long as I guess the elements that I'm getting are not too large, I guess. But yeah, okay, yeah, I'll that's a good idea.
And then another trick, I don't know if you have enough room to do this like on a second page and draw the other screen on another page and then copy it over so you don't see it being drawn. That's one way to kind of blast it onto the screen.
I don't think you can do that though.
No?
I don't think
there's okay. But that would eat up more RAM, and then while it's
no, Basic 9 you could, but
there's a way you can.
Yeah.
There's a few pokes that you can use to disable the displaying of the screen, so it's drawing in the background, and then you execute a few pokes, and then poof, it appears. I've already figured out a way to do that, and so
yeah, but you can't do the page flipping like where you draw on a second screen.
But then the trade-off is either you don't see it, but then now you have this weird, awkward pause before you do see it, or you just see it. Yeah, no, yeah.
And
I get
that's a dilemma I'm facing with right now, because there's this one room that I haven't shown you that takes forever to render. Okay.
So that one you probably want to see it so you can see what's taking so long, right? So.
Well, yeah, either that or I don't know, put a counter or something on the screen.
Yeah,
so
well,
you know
I would also reach out to people like Paul Fiscarelli and maybe Simon Jonassen, because they have found ways to kind of optimize a lot of things in Basics. There might be a way to optimize the paint statement where it can blast faster, things like that. So there's some people out there that might have some solutions, because CoCo 3 Basic is all in RAM. It can be hacked, and people have done that, you know.
And this game does use a few hacks already. Okay. But I'm always on the prowl looking for more ways to hack it, so I can speed things up and do things that I normally can't do in Basic.
Cool. No, it looks neat. Thanks for sharing that with us. That's
thank you.
When you spoke about this and we were talking about, hey, it would be cool if you picked this up. This is exactly what Bruce Moore did with Forest of Doom. It was something that he started when he was 30 years ago, and he found the original tape, so he had the source code and finally finished it. So this is going to be a second kind of story like that. And it's so rare. Like, I don't have any of my source code for anything I did. I wish I did. Not that it was great. It'd just be neat to have, you know.
I'm so glad I kept everything. I really did. I mean, is there some stuff from back in the 80s that doesn't work anymore? Sure. I have a printer. I have a multi-pack. I have a disk drive that doesn't work. But, I mean, most of the stuff that I was using back in the day, I still have. And it was rather seamless getting back into the CoCo. All I had to do was get a new CoCo and a hard drive system. And boom, I was back up and running, you know. And so I still have most everything I had back in the day. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. We will.
Thanks, Fred. That was awesome.
We'll look forward to seeing more updates.
That was good.
Yeah. And I'm hoping by next week to show off a mock-up of what I'm hoping my text adventure game screen is going to look like. I'm nowhere near having the engine written out yet.
What's the title of that, CV?
My text adventure game?
Yeah.
Right now I'm just working on an engine. I don't have a game yet.
Okay.
I'm just working on the engine, but I've been playing with screen modes, and I want to be able to do a mock-up screen mode of what I think the interface is going to look like. Awesome. I'm working on a few commands. What I'm going to call the engine is going to be called AGE, AGE, which is just Adventure Game Engine, because when I'm done with it, there'll be an editor where you can type in all the room data and stuff, because I figured it's going to be easier for me to design an adventure game if I build the engine to do it than trying to type it all into the...
What's your plan for posting that engine online somewhere? You're going to do that GitHub or?
I don't know. I'm not a programmer by trade, so as soon as you hear GitHub, I don't know what the hell that means. I know people use it, but I don't know. I don't speak GitHub.
Yeah.
So
you need one of those.
Yeah, I'm doing it in QB64. It's just a basic text file, but
Andark 3 here uses an engine I developed 35 years ago, and it's fully developed. So it works pretty well. Yeah.
So but I think the neat thing about my engine is that I'm going to create an editor to create the game, and if I'm going to do that, I can just give away the editor and the engine, so people can not only take whatever adventure game I make, but they can make their own adventures too. So that's my plan, and I've been playing around with different screen modes, seeing which screen mode I want to use, and I've got the one I want. Now I just got to figure out some ways to kind of partition the screens and clear just different pieces of the screen and stuff like that. I'm trying to figure that stuff out. So
So the idea is you set up GitHub and you set up all the rules, and then you can invite all the people you want to work on different versions of it. But you set up all the rules.
That's right, Patrick.
So
yeah, absolutely.
That's what you want to do.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
it
we'll
actually
help.
works quite well. Actually, I use it quite a bit.
All right. Well, that just sounds like confusing right at this point.
Nick and
That's
I
all
are staunchly independent. We just tell everybody else to stay out of our code, and we just keep our own code.
Yeah, but then you have to write all the code.
That's the fun part.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to be able to clear CLS on just part of the screen, so I can clear off just one part of the
Basic
screen.
09.
In whatever, dude. Come on.
Right.
Nobody gives a shit about that crappy operating system. All right, so, oh, did I say that out loud? I love the Nitrous 9. It's good stuff. It's ease of use. Just hit clear. Cool. No, I like that. I love doing stuff in basic. You don't get no more old school than that, So good times.
Well, maybe Fortran or COBOL.
Anybody else have an update, an acquisition, story to share?
Yeah, Stevie.
Yes.
I've got a little update though. Can I share my screen?
You may share your screen, sir. Yes, sir.
Do it.
Do it. You can do it.
No, it does not want to share the window that I had open.
Open a different window.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't want.
Can you open up your entire background? Because then you can
Yeah, you can see your desktop, Alan.
Maybe.
Then we're going to see his My Little Pony wallpaper. He might be embarrassed.
Yeah, right. Stay off my Little Pony.
Just blame it on your daughter.
It's okay if you're a brony. We understand.
Oh, wow. All right, there we go. There's Rick Ulland.
To even comment.
Oh, he's got a cool desktop. What were you not wanting to share?
Oh, look
that
at
for?
that. There's Nostromo.
So yeah, that's my update. Is I finally unblocked the next piece of work that I've been doing on Nostromo, which was to fill in the cargo areas with random unbreakable blocks, which are the ones in magenta, or spaces which are just missing cargo. So the mock-up that I did of Nostromo before, I just basically had the entire screen drawn out as a frame and rendered it onto the CoCo 3 screen. Now what I've done is I've thrown the prototype out, and I've been going back through the original code line by line and building up the game the same way that it was originally written. And I'm up to the part where I now fill out the cargo areas. I've got the rest of the screen, the main play screen in place. This is the CoCo 3 version. It's rendering on a 24K screen using the original NEC font so that it looks exactly like pixel for pixel the original game on the original machine. I also have that font coded to work with the CoCo VGA. So this is what the screen looks like in the CoCo VGA as well. I have the screen also drawing on Resolution Graphics 6 or P Mode 4 for the basic programmers. And it looks like this, but with artifact colors instead. So that's all there. And the next step, the big blocker on this one was the random statement. I have all my ROMs mapped out to make room for the high-res screen in workspace memory. And so I don't have a locate statement or a color statement or the random or print or any of that stuff. So I had to go back and recode all of those in assembly using my own version. So that's up and running. The next step is to take all the bits of the audio code that I've been putting together over the last year and put them all into the framework now so that they can each generate the actual game music, because that's what's basically the next line of code is setting up the sound device and beginning the first sound effect. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now, how do I get out of this?
You're trapped.
Yeah,
I
basically.
like your Giger-inspired wallpaper there. Very nice, Alan.
Absolutely.
Stay off my Little Ponies.
That's it, man. That was one wicked-looking pony there too.
I don't think I'd want to ride that thing.
No.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Come on, Curtis. You know you want to.
Last call for updates and acquisitions. Anyone? John, you got anything to plug? Any specials you guys are doing? Any streams coming up?
Listen, we have our end of the year celebration. The next CoCo game is still yet to be determined, I believe, right, Curtis?
Yes, we're still taking a couple last minute suggestions. And
I don't know if anybody here is into the Atari ST, but starting in 2022, we're actually starting a new show. We're starting a new podcast all about the Atari ST. So if anybody's interested in that, you can find us at the Atari ST Show. The Atari ST is so obscure that there are actually no weekly, monthly, or yearly podcasts about the Atari ST.
So they're going to be kind of like us when we started. We were the
it's
world's
fertile ground.
Yeah, we're the world's leading live talk show. Never mind that we're the only live talk show. So
right, exactly. That's always been our gimmick, right, CD? So we did it with the Amiga, and now we're doing it with the Atari ST. The Atari ST show is starting in January of 2022. Other than that, nothing much. Nothing.
You should mention Boat Fest.
Yeah. Boat Fest is we're starting our own convention, by the way. It's January 2022. Unfortunately, it's only a month after CoCo Fest. I'm sorry about that. We're gonna have to
CoCo Fest is in May.
Scheduling. Yeah. Boat Fest 2022 in Hurricane, West Virginia is coming your way at the Holiday Inn here in Hurricane, West Virginia. But yeah, we'd love to have you come if you'd like to come. But the problem is that CoCo Fest is in May, right?
Yeah, in May.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to figure out what's going on because that's only 2 months out. So, but other than that, nothing much going on too. Yeah.
Cool. Alrighty then. Well, we just did a 4-hour show, so not bad.
Phew, we're back to normal.
Yeah, without having a guest or a topic or anything else, still managed to do a 4-hour show.
Still 4 hours.
Still 4 hours. Can't get out of this thing if I try. But no, we had some good stuff on here. That whole gimme decapitation thing is really cool stuff. We got all kinds of stuff going on. Mr. Day's project's cool stuff. The Andark, all kinds
Thanks
of cool
to
stuff
Steve Bamford for the shots from the Dragon meetup in the museum.
The Dragon follow-up review, and lots of stuff happening. Things are happening. So thank you all. I'm going to skip the outro. So let's just say goodbye and press the button. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
All right.
Bye.